Sir, your license.
No.
It is mine. Not mine.
Yeah.
Thank you, sir.
So let me check. All right. So once again, good morning to all the online students and face-to-face students.
Yes. Hello, sir.
All right. So for the next 3 days, we'll be covering economics, right? You all must have received the quick revision note, been shared with you all, guys. Quick revision note has not been shared.
Yes, sir.
The soft copy. Just check. Online students. All right. So okay. Now you may expect almost for see quick revision note is given from here. You'll find that it'll include everything. All right. Up till chapter 7, and I've not included from chapter 8 onwards, because chapter 8 onwards you have been given the synopsis notes, so that will act as a quick revision note as well. All right, so let's begin with chapter 1. Chapter 1 is pretty easy, and get it's highly scoring, a lot of questions you'll get. So first thing is that they frequently ask about what is the origin of the term economics. So as I've told you, it is oikonomia. Also remember that in any subject there'll be around 10% of the questions that will be so easy you cannot ignore those questions. All right, those questions are straight direct question they'll ask, like for example, from where the word economics has been derived. So oiko means household and nomia means management. Household management. Now why household management? Because I've told you all the factor we have seen in circular flow of income, every factor input is owned by the household, and household, that's why it's considered the smallest or the most important constituent of the entire economic system. So household provides men, money, material, everything to the businesses, without which businesses cannot produce anything. So that's why household has been given such an important term. Then they can also, one question you always get with regard to Robbins' definition of economics. All right. And we have also covered law of scarcity. Law of scarcity, what does it say? That human wants can never be completely satisfied. One demand is taken care of, another will always take his place. So remember the name, because they will ask you a direct question from the names as well. Lionel Robbins, what he said, three basic foundation of premise in economics he mentioned. That is, what is it? There are scarcity of resources, limited resources. Now remember, not absolute scarcity. Sometimes they confuse you in the question. So now this matter I'll take it from where, I mean, they can trap you in the question. So a relative scarcity, relative means always compared to something. Compared to what? Compared to the unlimited desire or want of the humans. So every want cannot be completely satisfied. Everybody wants everything in the world. So that is the meaning of relative. It means the scarce resources are limited relative to the want of the or desire of the humans. And the third thing he says that alternative uses of resources. Now, alternative uses of resources meaning one resource can be used in many different ways. And if any society uses any particular resource in a wrong way, it will lead to misallocation of resources. Simple. A land can be used to grow agricultural crop. A land can also be used to set up a factory or to set up a school or to do any other thing. Now, let's say, for example, industrial production is going down. There is no problem with agriculture production that is optimum. So, don't you think government or I mean the society in a free market economy should allocate more resources to set up for setting up more factories? So it means now adequate amount of land is available for agriculture. If it was not so, then agricultural productivity would. but agriculture productivity is not going down. So it means the need for the society right now is to promote more industrial output. So that land should be used for setting up a factory, right? Plant and machinery and everything. So that is the meaning of alternative uses of resources. Clear? For example, you see, in our country, many a times we see that the names of the cities are changed. And when you change the city, it is not going to change the city. Will it increase the GDP? The answer is no. So it means the money that is spent towards correcting everything, all the letterheads and everything, government and this and that, a lot of money is wasted, worth hundreds of crores. So that is wrongful use of resources. That money could have been used to create some physical asset and would have generated employment. All right. Next, from the basic premise that Lionel Robbins said, it came out there are some central problems economics. Now, either from the basic premise or from the central question, they ask you one question no matter what. And what are the central problems? Sometimes they call it central questions, that what to produce and how much to produce. Now, what to produce is again related to alternative uses of resources, whether should we produce X or should we produce Y. That will be determined according to the demand in the society, right? Then how much to produce, it is also important, because if any society underproduces something, it will lead to unemployment, rise in unemployment and fall in the rate of GDP. And if you overproduce, then it will cause what? Wasteful uses of resources. So optimal production is important. So how much to produce is important. For whom to produce, it's also important, because if majority of the citizens in the country, they are demanding for good X, I'm not saying that the smaller group who are demanding good Y, you should underproduce, but you should produce adequate amount of those goods which are needed by the larger section of the society, right? For example, in India, larger section of the society needs hospital. We have way number of patient to bed ratio in the country, right? And poor people cannot afford hospitals. Why? Because there are less number of hospitals. And we know from the concept of demand and supply, if the supply of anything increases, its cost will go down. So if we produce more number of hospitals, then the cost of medical treatment will go down, and even poor people can afford a private treatment in a private hospital. So how much to produce, for whom to produce is important. Next, how to produce is again critical. Related to this, we have studied what is known as isocon curve. If we adopt a capital intensive techniques of production in a labor surplus economy, then it will lead to unemployment. Unemployment in a labor surplus economy, capital cost will be more, labor cost will be less. So the mix in terms of production should be in a way wherein you are using more factor inputs which are cheaply available, relatively cheaply available, and less of those which are expensive, in order to cut down your production cost. If you are able to cut down your production cost, then you can sell at a relatively lower price and people can buy those goods. All right. So it's important. In a capital surplus economy, labor is expensive because the population is less. So there, I cannot adopt labor intensive methods of production, otherwise my cost again will be high. So a labor surplus economy should adopt labor intensive technique of production, whereas a capital surplus economy should adopt capital intensive methods of production. And then the final question comes, that what provision should be made for future generation. There is a concept or phrase which is known as sustainable development or sustainable growth. Now, what is sustainable growth? Anything that can sustain for a longer period of time. If an economy's growth goes ups and down like this, then it's a very unstable economy. People will always be facing a huge problem. But if an economy grows sustainably, not very sharply, but sustainably over a long period of time, then that economy will never be thrown too far away from the equilibrium. All right. So, too fast growth and too fast fall in growth is very dangerous. So sustainable growth means you should not target a very high growth rate, and there should not be a situation wherein the growth rate is at the lowest. Try to grow at the rate that your economy can sustain. If suppose two persons are made to run, let's say 20 kilometer, one person simply runs as if he is running a marathon, slowly in a little pace. Other person sprints. Don't you think after 200 meters, the person who is sprinting, he will give up? All right, he will give up. So the same thing is goes with the economy. If you should grow at the rate that you can sustain for long term, it will not only help you maintain your growth level, but also protect your resources, which are always limited. All right, which are always limited. So you should grow at a rate that your future generations will not be affected or impacted. So this is the meaning. It means if they ask you a question that, and they frequently do so, that if an economy grows at a very during the current time period, what will be the outcome in the long run? And in the option, if they give you, the growth will come down, the growth will be same, the growth will continue to rise, or none of the above. So you'll choose the answer which says the growth will come down, because you are growing at a very faster rate. It means you are using up too much of the resources available in, and those resources are going to deplete more faster as you go on using it more and more. So sustainable development. Then came the question of non and pragmatic economics. Now, what is a normative science or economics, and what is a pragmatic economics? We have seen this. First of all, understand economics is both a science and an art. Now, why it is an art? It is like any other subject. It needs application of knowledge and skill, and everyone who have learned economics cannot apply the laws and the tools provided by the subject of economics in the same manner. You will become CA, but some CAs are paid at 2 lakh rupees, some CAs are paid 10 lakh rupees also per month. Now, what is the difference? They all have taken the same examination, same curriculum, but why is paid more money? If he has learned, he has got the same knowledge. The answer is they both of them have got the same knowledge, but each of them are applying the knowledge very differently. All right. So, same thing is here. So, everything is an art. So, economics is also an art, but it is also a subject of science. Why? Because how do we define science? There has to be what is known as cause and effect relation. Not only cause and effect relation, but this cause and effect relation can be explained logically or rationally. And if you can apply this, explain this logic rationally, then just let me mute it. Apply this logically. From where this noise is coming? All right. So, if you can apply this logically or rationally, explain this logically or rationally, then we can consider it as a law. For example, we know that when the price goes up, quantity demanded goes down. Why do we know? It's not like we have seen it happening. It has been generalized into a law. All right. So there is a law of demand. Just like in physics, you have the law of gravitation. All right. When I leave this pen, it is going to go down. It will never go up. And we can say that the effect is the falling of the pen. And I can explain the effect through a cause. All right. The cause for the falling of the pen is the law of gravitation, is the gravitational pull. So the effect is increase in quantity demanded or decrease in quantity demanded. All right. And the cause is change in the price. So there are various theories: law of demand, law of supply, theory of consumer behavior, and so on and so forth, theory of production. So many things can be logically or rationally explained. That's why economics is also considered as a subject of science. But we have seen that economics is not a perfect science. Why? Because there are a lot of assumptions and exceptions taken in the subject of economics, which are not taken in a perfect science like physics. All right. So now then we come to the concept of normative economics, and positive or pragmatic. They can interchange the word pragmatic, they can use practical, or they can use positive, means the same thing. Now, when we talk about positive, practical, if anything I can explain through a law, it is considered as a practical, as a positive science. Because in case of cause and effect, when I'm explaining something through cause and effect, it means that there cannot be any opinion towards it. If I say price increases, quantity demanded decreases, and I quote the law of demand, nobody can object to it because it is not my opinion, it is a fact which has been derived through a law. If I quote the theory of production, the same logic is applicable. All right. So you cannot have an opinion with regard to something is which is practical. So under pragmatic economics, we only explain the cause and effect, or we only state the fact. All right. Monsoon has failed in India. GDP of India is rising. Inflation is falling or rising. All right. All these a statement of fact. If suppose inflation government data comes and says that inflation has reduced, do you think people will say no, 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 it is not reduced? You cannot contest a data. Yes, data can be wrong. All right. But if suppose government says that margin of error, let's say for example, if I say weather condition, right now in Bangalore, the temperature has come down. It is lower than what it was 1 month back. There is no more heat wave in Bangalore. Do you think anybody will disagree? Anybody will disagree? No. Why you cannot disagree? Because I've told you a fact. You cannot disagree to a fact, you can disagree to an opinion. So when I give a fact, I explain any logical correlation between cause and effect. I'm not giving my opinion, I'm not giving my suggestion. I'm only describing but not prescribing. सिर्फ describe कर रहा है. Only describing and not prescribing. I'm not concerned about whether it is good, bad, or ugly. All right. If I say unemployment has increased, a lot of people are facing problem. That's it. So we of course we know when unemployment increases, a lot of people faces problem. Nobody can object to that. This is not my opinion. Industrialization increases, unemployment level will go down. If we increase our export, then the value of the GDP will increase. These are all statement of fact. So pragmatic economics is only telling you what it is right now, the cause and effect, the fact of the matter without any value judgment. On the other hand, normative economics does everything what a pragmatic economics does. They can also derive something which is a practical, cause and effect relation. But after that, they will always give you a suggestion. They will mention something is good, something is bad. So they can say unemployment has increased, the government must take care of this situation. They can say heat wave is increasing in Bangalore, then it is the outcome of global warming. People should be concerned more about protecting the resources and decreasing the carbon footprint. So it means it becomes an opinion, right? Something that is an opinion, it is always normative. You are not only concerned with what is, but you are also concerned with what should be, how it should be, what ought to be. You give your suggestion. So that's the difference between normative and pragmatic economics. So they will give you a statement in the question, and you have to choose whether the statement is a normative statement or a pragmatic statement. Then comes the difference between microeconomics versus macroeconomics. Microeconomics versus macroeconomics. Will you please explain the difference between ends and means to the end? Is my voice, are all, everyone, is everyone, I mean, am I audible to everyone? Online students? Okay. Now, they've asked a question, sir. Could you explain the difference between end and means to the end? Yes, good question. You see, in case of pragmatic economics, we are only concerned about the end and not the means to the end. Now, what does it mean, end and means to the end? Let's say, for example, if I say that in India, in India, level of poverty has increased due to fall in GDP. Now, what I've explained here is the end, that is the fall in the GDP. And why it has happened, I have also explained. All right, clear. So I'm only concerned about the end. Only concerned about the end. I will state the end and explain the reason for the same. I'm not concerned about the means to the end. Now, the thing is, if suppose somebody says that the government should reform its policy, promote more liberalization, allow businesses to have subsidies, reduce taxes, so that there will be increase in industrial output. As a consequence, the GDP will increase, which will lead to decrease in the level of unemployment. So what I've done here, I have stated the end result is decrease in unemployment. How to achieve this decrease in unemployment? The means of which I have explained. What should be done? All right. How to achieve the end? I'm explaining the means to achieve the end. So I am basically giving a suggestion, which is not given in pragmatic economics. They are going to justify, simply say this is the end. They will only state the fact. Got it, Pallavi? All right. Now it comes micro and macro. Micro versus macro. Now sometimes they will ask you a direct question with regard to what is micro and what is macro. But most of the time they will give you certain terms and they will ask you whether it is micro or macro. So understand, the word micro has been derived from the Greek word micros, which means small. All right. In microeconomics, we are concerned about one specific business or one specific industry with many business but producing one particular good. So if I take, say, for example, all the business in the industry that is producing steel, and steel has the same utility. So maybe businesses are many, but the product is one. It becomes a micro. But if I take many businesses producing different things, one is producing steel, one is producing mobile phone, other is producing washing machine, and yet another is producing potato chips. So here also I've taken different businesses, but the good nature of the good is completely different. So it will end up becoming a macro. So when I explain about one particular business or one particular industry producing one particular product, it ends up becoming a micro. We say micro is related to the problem of allocation of resources. Now, why allocation of resources? Because when we allocate resource, it is not a kind of a general allocation. All right, let's say you are running your household. There are a lot of expenses that you incur. Let's say you are need to spend your monthly income on 10 things. So do you think you will do, let's say 2 lakh rupees is my income divided by 10, 20,000 on everything I'll spend? No. What you do? You will individually pick up that particular commodity over which you need to spend money. and then you will perform a cost and benefit analysis. What is the utility I'm deriving? And depending on that, you will decide how much money you are going to spend. So it means you are taking the decision for allocation by individually, analyzing your cost and benefit. So that's why wherever you see the word allocation, it has to be related to microeconomics, related to allocation of resources. All right. So many a time they will tell you, try to confuse you with regard to is it micro or macro. Now understand macro first again. Macro, the word macro has been derived from the Greek word macros, which means what? Large. All right. Here we study the entire aggregate or the entire average. Here we'll take many businesses, many industries, one particular sector, many businesses, or all the sector together. So, if we study about unemployment, unemployment can happen in the automobile sector, can happen in the agricultural sector, can happen in the banking sector, or can happen in the export sector. Anywhere it can happen. So, government is not telling unemployment in Tata Steel, unemployment in Reliance Industries. Government is giving you the data of unemployment for the entire country with regard to the people occupied in different sectors and different businesses. So it has to be macro. When we talk about taxes, now taxes, let even if I say direct taxes on whom? Let's say direct taxes on individual. Individual working where? Are you a doctor? Are you a CA? Are you a lawyer? All right. So different sectors you are employed into. You can be a laborer in a business. You can be a pension holder. All right. If even pension holder, if their income goes beyond certain the income tax rate slab, you have to pay the taxes. Correct. If I'm let's say I'm talking about company, companies also pay direct income tax, corporate income tax जिसको बोलते हैं. Correct. So when companies pays taxes, is it involved in making potato chips or a television or a mobile phone or a textile good? So taxes are also imposed on various different companies. So tax is also a macro factor. GDP of the country, rate of inflation, all these comes under macroeconomic. That's why macro is also considered as bird's eye view. Bird's eye view, you can see a larger area, but you cannot pinpoint on a smaller area. Whereas micro is considered as a worm's eye view. A worm crawling on the ground can pinpoint on a small area in detail analysis it can do, but it cannot see a very big picture. All right. So that's the difference between micro and macro. Then comes the relation between business economics and economics. What is the relation? Now understand the laws of economics. Economics, the subject of economics provides tools. These tools are what? These tools are in the form of laws and theories. Now applying when I'm running a business, when I practically apply these laws to take a business decision, that turns into business economics. Business economics is also known as managerial economics because you are taking the decision to manage your business. All right. Now, can anybody who has entire knowledge about the laws of economics, is it necessary for him to become a great businessman? Hmm? Otherwise, economists you must have seen would be the richest people in the world. But are economists the richest people in the world? The answer is no. It means what? All the knowledge you have, but it is the application of knowledge at the right time. That is what important. If you go for a blanket application of economic laws to run a business, it is a recipe for disaster. The law of demand says, let's say, price decreases and quantity demanded will increase. Can I beat my competitor using this logic? Huh? I will introduce a new noodle in the market. Maggi is sold at 15 rupees. I will sell at 5 rupees. It means I should beat Maggi in one day. according to the law. Law bola, all the customers of Maggie will buy Maggie from me. Correct? Maggie will go bankrupt in one day. Nestle का खत्म हो गया, bankruptcy file कर देगा Nestle in 1 week time. Will it ever happen? The answer is no. Then the law of demand is not working here. People are paying 3 times the money to buy Maggie. And when I say you can buy 3 packets for 1 packet of Maggie, people will say, nah, illa. So here I have ignored the prevailing factor, the current situation. There is something that is known as brand equity. And you cannot beat brand equity just like that the company has built over years. When Baba Ramdev came, everybody said that he will create revolution. I'll say crazy hai kya? Nahi hoga. India, more than 60% of the India are you guys. All right. You are majority population. All right. Majority population. So, how many of you have Patanjali noodles? Hmm? All right. All the most of the followers of Baba Ramdev, not saying all, but most of the followers of Baba Ramdev are old buggers. So they cannot. And do you think they buyer of Maggie? दादाजी मैं कभी मैगी खाता है क्या? कर रहा दादाजी? दादाजी मैगी बना के खा रहा है? नहीं खाता है, पतंजलि मैगी बना रहा है. So you cannot, doesn't matter at what price you sell, the youngsters are not going to buy, because when the youngsters think about instant noodle, 90% of the time they will imagine that yellow packet. So you cannot take the decision, only business decision, to run a business only applying the blanket rule or the law of economics. Yes, if you evaluate the market situation, if suppose Tata or ITC says they already have a brand equity, and if they introduce a noodle and it is a good noodle, they spend a lot on advertisement, and then if they decrease the price, then they can create trouble for Maggie, because already these companies have brand equity. All right. When Bingo chips came, all right, it was not able to give big competition to Lay's belonging to PepsiCo. But as people came to know that Bingo belongs to ITC, जो सनफीस्ट बिस्किट भी बनाता है और बहुत पॉपुलर ब्रांड है, the preference toward the product increased. And now Bingo chips is sold almost at the same price as Lay's. But and it is giving big time competition to Lay's. है ना, ITC 1000 पार करेगा, है ना, गवर्नमेंट इज सेइंग 400 पार, आई एम सेइंग फॉर ITC 1000 पार. Turn off that AC. This one, no? Is that Akabishi? Try it out. Maybe it's not catching from there. So you cannot blindly apply the laws of economics to take business decision. You have to filter it out with the current situation in the market. But yes, economics does provide you the tool. Economics does provide you the tool to take business decision. So that is the linkage between economics and business economics. Now the question, two questions from where they will try to trap you. कहाँ पे ट्रैप होगा वो बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट है टू नो. फर्स्ट, मार्केट, सर, oh my god, please, no stock market queries not here, dear. So money motivates everybody. All right, we were poised to start from 10 June, but a lot of students, they are requesting, sir, they have examination, so maybe we have to shift. I don't know, I'm not sure, but we will shift. When we'll shift, we'll so see. Now pay attention here. Hey, you'll have to earn money becoming CA, then only you can invest money. So pay attention now. 3 days marathon is stock market query on YouTube. So now understand. So from where they will create a trap? What trap they will create? First of all, they can ask you, is business economics micro or macro? It is both. But when they ask you, to which subject, to which branch of economics it is more closer, then you will choose micro. So, business economics is more closer. Closer, they can use many phrases. Closely associated, closer, all right, closer to microeconomics. Now, why microeconomics? Why not macro? Because when I'm running a business, all right, maybe I'm running 10 different business. Say, for example, Mota by Reliance Industries का बहुत सारा subsidiary है. Do you think Mukesh Ambani will say that I'm taking what I'm taking a decision for one of my company will be applicable to all the company? He will be ruined because he may be selling 20 different items from toys to oil to medicine to many things. The same decision you cannot apply to every business because for some products the demand will be on a rising trend. There you should invest more money. For other products the demand must be on a downtrend. There you have to hold back your investment. When again you see that the recovery of that sector is happening, then you will put your money. So it means even if I am running 100 business, I will evaluate each business individually, independently, and take a decision for that business. And the business decision I've taken for business X is not necessary to work with for business Y. All right. So I am talking about one particular business producing one particular product, the decision making with regard to that business and that product. That's why it's more closely associated with microeconomics. But to say that it is not at all related to macroeconomics, again, they will try to create a trap. No, I never said that. I only said that it is more closer to microeconomics. You cannot assume more closer to microeconomics, it means no relation to macro. No. Macro factors. What are macro factors? I am taking a decision to invest into my company, this particular product I want to increase. But if the market is going through high inflation or there is fall in growth in terms of GDP, contraction ho raha hai, then do you think this is the right time to take that decision? The answer is no. So it means macro factors like unemployment, GDP growth, competition in the market, fiscal deficit, taxation, all these factors I will all these factors I will have to keep in mind before I take the decision for my business. So macro factors will affect your decision making also. But when it comes to where to which subject it is more closely associated, it will be microeconomics. All right. Next, is it more closer to normative or more closer to pragmatic? Now, in a business, you are taking pragmatic decision by applying the laws of economics. But the thing is, you are you are taking an opinion, a decision. You are suggesting what must be done. The managers are called by the owner of the business, and they are given a task to beat the competitor, to increase the sale of this particular commodity. Do you think every manager will give the same suggestion? No. So, business is all about deciding the future course of action. It means, isn't it a prescription? All right. So, it is more closely associated with normative economics, but yes, pragmatic application is also there. Clear? Hai? Now, then comes different types of economic system from where they can also ask you around 2 to 3 questions. Now, in different types of economic system, very easy, they will try to ask you what are the characteristics of capitalist economy, what is the characteristic of socialist economy, and what are the characteristics of mixed economy. Understand that mixed economy, it is not an independent kind of a society. It contains some of the properties of capitalists and some of the characteristics of socialist society. Now, when we define capitalist society, do not forget this term. It is also considered as laissez-faire economy. Now, what is the meaning of laissez-faire, it means free from control. Free from control. Whose control? Who can control you? The government can control. So, this market is considered as a laissez-faire economy or a free market economy. And why do we call it free market? Because there is no government control imposed upon the businesses. Imposed upon the businesses, I can decide to set up my factory in any part of the country. I can produce whatever I want. I can sell at whatever price I want. Profit is the primary motive here. All right. Businesses have profit motive as the ultimate objective. It doesn't matter whether it's a small business or a big business. And the price of the goods will be determined according to the demand and supply. If the demand for any commodity is higher than supply, then the seller will always increase the price. And if the supply is more than demand, then the seller will decrease the price. Clear? Here the seller have right to property, because unless you have absolute right over property, you cannot be expected to use the property the way you want. All right. So the concept of right to property originated in a market economy, in a capitalist economy. You have absolute right over property. Here government do not take any business venture. Every business is run by private enterprise or individuals for profit. But government only manages or maintains the rule of law. It only governs, as simple as that. So government will not have enough money to perform social welfare for the people. So there will be no social welfare. And as a result, and businesses will not do social welfare. Businesses are for profit. So as a result, those who have capital, they are able to exponentially increase their capital and become rich and rich. And those who are poor, they remain in lingering poverty. So the biggest disadvantage of a capitalist economy is high level of income inequality. There is a huge gap. We call it economic stratification between the rich and the poor. Clear? Hai? Alright. But what is the advantage here? The advantage is that there is consumer sovereignty. Then why not seller sovereignty? Because understand, first the demand has to come, then the supply will come. Unless a demand is created, supply will not happen. So first the people should be free, then the businesses can be expected to free. If the people are not free, businesses cannot be expected, because people run business, business cannot be free as well. So that's why we focus on consumer freedom. That is the biggest advantage. This economy is also known as unplanned economy. Why unplanned? Because there are no centrally planned institution. Because the moment if I say there is centrally planned institution, those institutions are run by government, and government will make the policy. And once government starts to make the policy, can I call this economy as a free market economy? The answer is no. So there is absence of any kind of centrally planned institution. In case of socialist economy, just opposite. Here, the meaning of socialism is equitable distribution of national wealth among everybody without discrimination on the basis of caste, creed, religion, income, or whatever. So here the government controls the economy very, very stringently and strictly. And that's why socialist economy is also sometimes synonymously known as command economy. Command economy. Why again we call it command economy? Because government commands everything. All right. Government commands everything. Private investment is not allowed. Government owns everything. The concept of demand and supply do not work. Then what works? We call it as administered price. Very frequently they use this phrase. What is administered price? Administered price is the price not determined by the market forces of demand and supply. When the price in a capitalist economy is determined by the market forces, we call it as equilibrium price, or you can synonymously call it as market price. Here, government do not give you the right to demand whatever you want. You are not free. All right. So that is the biggest disadvantage. Consumer sovereignty is absent. So Administered price, it means price controlled by the government. And when the price is controlled by the government and government is taking every decision, the purpose of the government is not profit motive but social welfare. And when your purpose is not profit motive, it means your economy is not going to grow at a fast rate. It will grow at a very, very slow rate. Recession will keep hitting your economy very, very frequently. Right? Very, very frequently. But in case of capitalist economy, the growth will be very, very fast. Most of the companies, Fortune, not most, all of the Fortune 500 companies in the world, you take it, the big companies who own almost more than 90% of the GDP of the entire world, these 500 companies of the world, which includes Tesla, Microsoft, Amazon, all these companies together, they have developed in an environment which is a free market economy environment. Even those companies which are operating in a mixed economy, they are operating in a you know in the private sector. Tell me any government company, any company owned by the government in the world, anywhere, which is bigger than Microsoft, Tesla, Google, or AT&T, or even Reliance Industries in India. Any company in the world which is run by government, which is correct. So there is one basically, but the thing is, it is there only because the nature has provided them. Aramco, Saudi Arabian company. It is the biggest oil refiner in the world, refinery in the world. All right, oil ka paisa hai. If you minus the oil from, that's why you see, no, socialist economy should not grow. But the thing is, if nature gives you a lot of money, then automatically it will beat the basic concept of economics. Right? If suppose North Korea will not grow, but the thing is, if tomorrow North Korea, like in Guyana, it has happened, in North Korea they find out huge amount of oil that is three times more than what is found in Middle Eastern country. What will happen? Being a socialist economy, it will start to grow fast. 50% GDP grow karega. All right, clear. So, but I'm saying usual situation. So, another disadvantage is that this economy, command economy, socialist economy, will not grow at a very, very fast rate. But yes, the advantage, what was the disadvantage in capitalist economy that becomes the advantage in socialist economy? Disadvantage kya tha? Inequality of income. Here, socialist economy, there'll be equality of income. But many of the economists, they beg to differ, and they rightly so. They say that, see, inequality will be there when some people are rich and many are poor and very poor. This is inequality. How inequality can end? In two ways. Everybody is rich, there is no inequality. But don't you think if everybody is poor, then also there is no inequality? So, in a socialist economy, the economists say that there is least inequality, equality high, sorry, least inequality. There is no inequality. But the reason is because everybody is poor. So, what you're quoting as an advantage, there is a dark side of that advantage. That in reality. Anyways, now we come to the mixed economy. Now, mixed economy says that it is a situation wherein you can either cannot go with capitalist nor with the socialist. All right. So now what happens here? You have to choose between the devil and the deep blue sea. So you have to choose the best mix between the two. So government will say some business I will own, that is important for maintaining the social fabric of the economy, and remaining business I will hive off. I will give it to the private sector. So there will be existence of three different types of institutions. One completely owned by the government, for example, in India, railways. One completely owned by the private sector, हजारों company है, Reliance Industries, HDFC Bank, where government is not owning anything, and one wherein the government and the private sector, they both will have some kind of ownership. Right, some kind of ownership government and the private sector will have. Right, say for example, Bangalore Metro, Delhi Metro, these are private and public partnership पे built हुआ है. Right. So three types of institution. There, the private sector will not be forced to indulge in social welfare, but the government will indulge in social welfare, spend a lot of money on free food, subsidies, subsidized food, healthcare, and this and that. It will be a partially planned. Now, socialist economy will be a completely planned economy. So, planning institution there. Capitalist economy, unplanned economy. Mixed economy will be a partially planned economy, wherein government will plan for those resources that is owned by the government. Government can dictate the policy of BPCL, IOPCL, NTPC, Steel Authority of India Limited, ONGC, MTNL. But government cannot dictate the policies of Airtel, Reliance Industries, HDFC Bank, ICICI Bank, Bajaj Motors, and so on. The list goes on. Clear. So government can say to MTNL that you provide you know do the pricing this way, give this much of discount, this, and government can take over. But government cannot do that for Airtel. Bharti Minter will take the government to court. All right, because the constitution gives you the right. As long as you are paying taxes, government should not bother you. So there is a mix of both here. Now understand that, so partially planned, and also understand that here people will have freedom. Consumer sovereignty will be there. But in certain cases, this sovereignty can be taken away. For example, you cannot say when you are 17 years old that I have the right to consume liquor, alcohol, or smoke cigarette. Government says no, not allowed. If you are a cigarette manufacturing company and you are not allowed to advertise, government has banned the advertisement of cigarette. Why? To protect the society, to decrease its consumption. If government is not banning it, that's a big thing. So you cannot say that my fundamental right is violated. Pepsi को advertisement करने दे रहा, cigarette का advertisement नहीं आ रहा है, right? So government can have reasonable restrictions in terms of in case of consumption of certain goods and sale and distribution of certain goods. But more or less you are free. Government will not tell you to eat Domino's pizza only when you want to eat a Pizza Hut's pizza. All right. Next, this economy will grow at a moderate rate. Of course, it will go at a faster rate than a socialist, but slower than a capitalist. India grows faster than North Korea, but of course slower than many of the European and American economies. Right? Clear. But the problem kya aayega? Now this problem you will find in every economy, capitalist also, socialist also, but it will be found more in mixed economy because here the private and public sector are coming together, and when they come together, it will lead to always corruption. गवर्नमेंट कॉन्ट्रैक्ट के लिए, टेंडर के लिए सारा पॉलिटिशियन पैसा खाता, राइट? हाईवे बनने में पैसा खर्चा होता, गड्ढा खोदो, गड्ढा भरो, कॉन्ट्रैक्ट दिया लेबरर को, राइट? So you see in that particular road, every 2 years they will dig some. Why can't you just make it permanent? Every time water pipe is gone, they are intentionally putting a water pipe that doesn't have longevity, because otherwise how will they get the contract every 2 years? All right. Do you think it happens in countries like European countries like France and other thing? 50 साल पहले जो वाटर पाइप लगा अभी भी चल रहा है. If every time you have to dig, then so every time the government is giving the contract, the contractor is making money, the government is making money, and ये चलता रहेगा. PWD, Public Works Department, उसका नाम होना चाहिए Public Corruption Department. PCD कर दो PWD की जगह. One of the most corrupt department of the state and the central government. So now मिक्स इकोनॉमी में ये प्रॉब्लम है. नेपोटिज्म, नेता का बेटा नेता, राइट? फिल्म स्टार का बेटा फिल्म स्टार. हाँ, बट सीए का बेटा नॉट नेसेसरी सीए बनेगा. यू हैव टू पास योर एग्जामिनेशन. योर डैड इज अ सीए. कैन यू बिकम अ सीए विदाउट पासिंग द एग्जामिनेशन? Absolutely no. You don't have the skill, you cannot. Your father is an IAS officer. Can you become an IAS officer? The answer is no. दादा आईआईटी में गया, उसके बाद सब आईआईटी से घर से बैठ के आईआईटी क्लियर कर रहा है. नॉट पॉसिबल. बट पॉलिटिक्स में जा सकता है. पॉलिटिक्स में ज्यादा पढ़ लिया तो यू विल बी अनक्वालिफाइड. मास्टर्स कर लिया है, अभी थोड़ा भूल के आओ, देन यू कैन बिकम अ गुड पॉलिटिशियन. सो नेपोटिज्म होगा. एंड देयर इज रेड टेप. रेड टेप इट मीन देयर इज अ प्रोसेस फॉर एवरीथिंग. ऑलराइट. जस्ट लाइक ब्रीदिंग, is vital for humans. In case of mixed economy, we say paperwork is vital for government, otherwise the government will die. One thing can be done in one paper, you will require 30 paper to do the same. Kyun? Because jitna time utna paisa. Because if it's not difficult for you to do the work, how the agents will earn money? Correct? Simple. If the laws of taxation becomes very simple in India, then who the hell will need a CA? So make it as complex कि कॉमन मैन का दिमाग घूम जाए और सीए बोला ठीक है मेरे को तो सब आता है. Alright. So that is the problem with the mixed economy. So that's it. One chapter. You will just focus on the point that we have covered. Nothing more you need to do. Alright. Second chapter, a lot of things are there. Now, in your quick revision notes, you see almost everything I have mentioned that you need to know. Alright. So you'll read it later on at home. Dear, last year question papers are available. Simply Google it. You will get it. You people are now Instagram generation. You are asking me where to get the. Just Google it. Previous year CA foundation papers. But it will not be valid much. Alright, because the sub syllabus has changed. So up to 1 to 5th chapter you can refer. The remaining you will not get. Alright. Market created a classic trap. Alright. Now, next one. Theory of demand, supply, and theory of consumer behavior. Now, please pay close attention here now. First of all, क्वेश्चन वाइज क्वेश्चन हम लोग करेंगे कहाँ कहाँ से क्वेश्चन आता है. What is demand? Now don't get trapped. I'm not asking you what is law of demand. Don't just pick up the answer reading half the question. Demand and law of demand, two different things. Of course related, but what they are asking in the question you have to understand. Demand consists of two things. That is first your desire, which is also willingness to buy, and your ability to pay. That is your purchasing power, ability to pay. So we say only when desire is there and you have the ability to pay, demand is created. You have desire but no money. People desire everything. Will it create demand? The answer is no. You have the ability to pay, but you don't like the good. You hate burger and discount is given on burger. Will you buy the burger? The answer is no. So only when these two things are combined, we say demand is created. So demand definition also they give you. And I've told you in ICI this is very frequently done, wherein more than one option is correct. But some option is incomplete, other option is complete. You have to choose the one which is more complete. So demand we say is when there is a desire to buy any commodity at a particular price. So desire आ गया, ability to pay आ गया during a particular point in time. So time is important because when time changes, the desire may not remain the same. So I must be willing to buy, I must have the purchasing power, and there should be it should be available when the time at the time when I'm demanding. So that is demand. When we talk about law of demand, then we bring out a relationship between price and quantity demanded. Price and quantity demanded. And there is an inverse or negative relation between price and quantity demanded, meaning price increases quantity demanded will decrease, price decreases, quantity demanded will increase. Now the question is why? And we say all other factors remaining constant. Sometimes they ask you the question from there as well. So they use the Latin phrase what? Ceteris paribus. All right. Ceteris paribus. So I've already mentioned here. Uh, yes, it's already I've mentioned. It means all other things remaining constant. All right. So it means income, taste, and preference, all other factors are assumed to remain constant and there is an inverse relation. Now they'll ask you why there is an inverse relation. Because understand when the price of any commodity increases, it is robbing you of your money. Inflation is a thief. Inflation is a thief. Because if I was buying something at 100 rupees and I was buying 10 units, 100 rupees may, I was buying 10 units and I had to spend 1000 rupees and there is a rise in inflation. The same commodity is now available at 120 rupees. To buy 10 units, I have to spend 1200 rupees. This 200 rupees deficit ho gaya. I have to arrange this 200 rupees from somewhere. As if somebody took away 100 rupees from me, 200 rupees from me. So, what option do I have? Do you think my income will also increase with the increase in price? Then there is no problem at all. Then people will say, okay, no problem, 1000% inflation hone do, my income is also increasing by 1000. It will compensate everything. So your income is not increasing, but price is increasing. To buy the same number of units, either you have to withdraw more money or you have to decrease the consumption of some good. So don't you think you have become poorer by 200 rupees? As if somebody took away 200 rupees. So we say increase in price will lead to decrease in real income, as if your real income has gone down. Because when the real income goes down, don't you think your purchasing power goes down? Here price is increased and you have to accommodate from somewhere. It means you are poorer by 200 rupees. It means your real income as if has fallen down. And when the price decreases, if the price decreases to 80 rupees, now 10 units I can buy at 800 rupees. So I'm saving 200 rupees. It is as if 200 rupees has fallen from the heaven into my pocket. This 200 rupees will help me buy more units or I can deposit it in my bank. It means as if somebody has given me this 200 rupees, it means as if my income has increased. So that's why when the price increases, the real income of the consumer, it tend to fall. In order to stop my income from falling, I will compensate and I will decrease the quantity demanded, because the more I buy, the more I lose. But when the price falls down, the more I buy, the more I save. Because if you are buying one unit, you are saving 20 rupees, isn't it? Somebody is buying 2 unit extra, is saying saving 40 rupees. So the demand will increase in this case. And due to this, the demand curve will become a downward sloping curve. So if this price is here, quantity demanded will be here. If the price increases, quantity demanded will decrease. And if the price decreases, then quantity demanded will increase. So when you join these 3 points, what you'll get is the demand curve. This has negative slope due to inverse relationship between the price and quantity demanded, that is along the x and the y axis. Sometimes we also call it as it slopes downward from left to right. Remember, downward from left to right. All right, clear? Then comes, what are the other factors that can affect demand? A hell lot of questions are asked. Classical economics gave the concept that the demand, sir, from where we read this revision note. Yes, you can read it. So what happens here is that there are many other factors that affects demand. All right, many other factors, but the important ones, we from where they are going to ask the question, which is a part of the curriculum, will go into that. So first is complementary goods. What are complementary goods? These goods are consumed together. Now it can be a perfect complement, it could be a just a complement. It doesn't matter. It doesn't at all matter. For example, tea and sugar are complements, not perfect complement because I can consume tea without sugar, but largely people consume tea with sugar. Whereas car and petrol are perfect complements. I need necessarily petrol to drive the petrol car. Without petrol, I cannot drive the petrol car. Then what is the relationship between two goods? Here we'll compare in complementary goods, we'll compare the price of X with demand for Y. And the logic is same that when the price of X will increase, then the demand for Y will fall down. Why it will fall down? Because consumption of Y will become expensive. If the price of petrol, let's say tomorrow increases to 250 rupees per liter, who the hell will buy a petrol car? Right? Don't you think demand for petrol car will fall down? Correct. Already it has fallen down. So demand for petrol car will fall down. Why? Because driving petrol car will be expensive. But what if the price of petrol India finds just like Guyana a lot of oil wells and we become the biggest producer and exporter of oil, beating Saudi Arabia, Russia, US combined. So what will happen? Price of petrol may fall down to rupees 10 per liter. हाँ अभी फिर ट्रैफिक जैम में क्या मिलेगा आपको? बेगर बाइक पे आके आया आपको नॉक करा सर पैसा. अभी बेगर घूम रहा है रास्ते में and then the beggar will come on a pulsar bike, sir, 10 rupees and they'll roam around. So it will happen if the price falls down to 5 6 rupees. All right, beggar can also buy a pulsar on EMI. Correct. All right, so it means the demand for the good is going to increase because it will become relatively cheaper. All right, clear. You see, auto sector is going to get a big boom in the next 10 years. All right. So when I say, sir, Maruti already 12,000 पे और कितना जाएगा? People were say going to used to say same thing with Nestle, sir, 14,000 पे और कितना जाएगा? 25,000 पे गया. Now they have split it. All right, split it. They used to say the same thing for MRF. सर 20,000 चला गया, 30,000 चला गया. You say सर 50,000 चला गया, कितना जाएगा? All right, गया ना. Profit increase तो जाएगा. Right. So electricity is cheaper. It will become more cheaper in India as there is a renewable energy. So it means what will happen? The source of driving the car here, the complementary good is electricity for the car, and it is becoming cheaper. Don't you think the demand for vehicles is going to increase? Boom hoga market mein. Then, so there is a negative relation between one complement, price of one complement, demand for another. Similar diagram you will see, but difference is here will take the price of X and here will take the demand for Y. So what happens here? If suppose price of X is here, demand for Y is here, price of petrol is here, demand for petrol is here. Price of petrol, if it increases, then of course demand for petrol car is going to fall down because driving petrol car will become expensive. And if the price of petrol falls down, then the demand for petrol car will increase. So similar demand curve you'll get. But the difference is that here we compare the price of same commodity and demand for same commodity, but here we are comparing the price of one commodity and demand for another. All right. Then comes what is known as substitute goods. Substitute goods are also known as competing goods. Why do we call it competing good? Because they compete with each other. All right. Example. Now, in many books, you will find tea and coffee, this and that. But I think is correct example, even better example would be two different brands of same commodity. A Pepsi and a Thumbs Up, a Bingo and a Lay's, a LG television and a Samsung television, an Apple phone and a Samsung phone and a OnePlus phone. Nike shoes and Reebok shoes, and Adidas shoes and Puma shoes. They are substitute goods. Now, in case of substitute good, the relationship becomes positive and there is a logic for everything. If Nike increases the price of its shoe, what will happen? Those who are buying Nike, they will not buy. They'll buy less, but they will buy shoe. So that don't you think the demand for Reebok is going to increase? So increase in Nike price will make the customer of Nike flow to Reebok, and the demand for Reebok will increase. So increase here, increase here. But if Nike gives a discount, suppose you wanted to buy a Reebok shoe and Nike पे 80% discount आ गया, will you buy Reebok then? So now what happened? Nike decreases the price, Reebok doesn't. So Reebok automatically becomes relatively expensive. So those who are buying Reebok, they will go and buy Nike, and demand for Reebok will fall down. So here you'll have a positive relation. And if suppose here if I take price of Nike and here demand for Reebok, if Nike is selling at this price and Reebok demand is this, if Nike increases the price, then customer who are buying Nike, they will prefer to buy Reebok and demand for Reebok will increase. If Nike decreases the price, then Reebok is automatically become expensive. Demand for Reebok will decrease. So when you join these 3 points, what you get is an upward slope of the curve. Clear, eh? Right. Then what we come to know about income. In income, there are 4 different goods that you have to take into consideration. Uh, Sir, you have 2 minutes after seeing this. If you fail, you should please pay attention here. Hey, do not just chat any everything here. Please, relevant chat. This is we have limited time, dear. All right, understand. Right. Now, income. So, what are the other factors that can affect demand? Here we now take income. In case of income, you have 4 different types of commodities: normal goods, luxury goods, inferior goods, and necessities. In case of normal goods, if I'm talking about income, if income will increase, then demand will also increase. So there is a positive income elasticity of demand between uh, normal goods and your income. All right. Now, what is a normal good? Anything that is not sold at a very high price. It has sufficient number of substitutes available and people will use it very often. That is a normal good. All right. Clear. So automatically, when your income will increase, even soap and shampoo is a normal good. So when your income will increase, you will buy more soap and shampoo. That doesn't mean you are buying more. It simply means that you are buying 20 rupees a bar of soap when your income was X. When your income is X plus 1, then you will buy a 40 rupees or better quality of, you know, दो तीन शैम्पू दो तीन रखेगा मंडे को लेमन से और ट्यूसडे को ऑरेंज से वेडनेसडे को वाटरमेलन सोप आ रहा है now rather than eating you can bath with the fruit bars as well and expect that the ants don't catch you. Now income for luxury goods. Now what is luxury goods? Now remember every high price goods is not a luxury good. Of course every luxury good is high priced. Other way around you cannot say. So sometimes even necessary goods are sold at a very high price, like medication for cancer and everything. You cannot appreciate the man taking cancer medication. You have been blessed by God to consume the necessary good. So every luxury good is high price. But how do we define luxury goods? Luxury goods have illusion of utility. Illusion hota hai. The price that you are paying is way, way, way higher than the utility you are going to derive. And why you are willing to pay a high price? There is something that is known as social status or demonstration effect. You buy the good for the intrinsic pleasure of getting appreciation from the society, and then you will remain poor forever. You show up to the society and you will remain poor forever. So, luxury goods people are attracted to. And as a result, when your income will increase, the demand will increase, but the demand will increase in greater proportion than the increase in your income. We'll come to that part later on. In case of inferior goods, now what are inferior goods? Inferior goods are downgraded version of normal good. All right. You can buy a normal t-shirt from a market at 500-600 rupees or from Amazon or 1000 rupees or something like that. But you can buy the same t-shirt when sometimes in the flea market देखा है ना फुटपाथ पे बेचता है दो खरीदो तीन फ्री buy two get three free for 600 rupees. So 100 रुपए का टी शर्ट लिया that is an inferior good. When you buy a Nike shoe, that is a normal shoe, not a luxury shoe, normal shoe. But you can go to the knock, होता है ना चाइनीज का मार्केट है रागी का टिक ऐसे नहीं वो ऐसे दिया. ऑलराइट. पहुमा नहीं रे उपमा था. They simply replace this word. I have seen that. Alright. It was upma written just like Puma. Same way, upma. Upma shoe. But the thing is, we are 150 crore population. So a village folk comes and he thinks he bought a Puma, but he's wearing around with upma. Abhidas. So, so these are all inferior quality of goods. Now, when your income increases, you will decrease the consumption of these goods because you want to improve your standard of living. All right. So, income increases and demand will fall down. So, there is a negative or inverse relation. Now, remember, only and only in case of inferior goods, you have negative relation. Rest of all, positive relation. Then comes necessity goods. Necessary goods. What are necessary goods? That is important for survival. Sugar is not necessary, salt is necessary, water is necessary. Remember again, medicine is necessary, food is necessary, but specific kind of food is not necessary. खाना important है, पिज्जा खाना नहीं important है. Rice food, if you cannot say I cannot consume rice, I am going to die. No, there is wheat available, ragi available, bajra available, and so on. Clear? So, food is important, specific kind of food is not important. So, remember, if they give you food, water, these are necessities. If they give you rice, tomato, potato, that is not necessary. All right. So, necessary goods, what happens? It has to be consumed in definite quantities. So, it means whether your income increases or decreases, the demand remains constant. There is a catch we'll see later on, but generally, this is the case. मुकेश अंबानी विल नॉट से आई एम द रिचेस्ट मैन इन द वर्ल्ड. मैं जब बीमार पड़ता है तो 500 डोलो 500 खाता है. ऑलराइट. ही विल. हाँ. अरे कितना डोलो का यार 500 खाता, मैं तो इतना खाता. मैं हम अमीर है, मैं ज्यादा दवाई खाता. ऑलराइट. सो नहीं उठेगा, वो चला जाएगा, शेयर प्राइस भी चला जाएगा. नाउ what happens here again, let's continue. Then what comes is personal preference of the consumer. We all have favorite something. So some commodities, now personal preference कैसे होता है? Sometimes we consume the commodity, we like the commodity. Positive change in taste and preference we say. Sometimes we see the advertisement and we like the commodity. That is also positive preference. The purpose of advertisement is to create preference for the product. Even so, that's why companies are spending so much of money. So any positive change in taste and preference will lead to increase in demand, and negative change will lead to decrease in demand. So that will also be a determinant of demand. And then comes what is known as future expected change in price. All right. If I expect the price of something to increase in future, then the demand will increase during the current time period. If you come to know that after election result, the price of petrol is going to shoot up, government is going to increase the taxes, and the price is going to shoot up to rupees 140 per liter. And if this is a confirmed news, government notify kar diya, ho gaya election. Right now it's sold at rupees 110. So what will happen? 100 chalo. Right now it's sold at 100 rupees. 110 गया था ना इलेक्शन में नीचे आया. हाँ होगा. Election, this is known as election lollipop. ऐसे होता है ना orange lollipop, strawberry lollipop. So government gives you election lollipop. All right, election lollipop खत्म हो गया, अभी होने वाला है. So now if you come to know government says I'm going to increase excise duty and the price of petrol is going to from tomorrow increase to 140, what you will do right now? आज ही पेट्रोल लेगा. So can I say demand increases right now? Now is the demand increasing because the price is increasing or decreasing right now? No, you got the information. The information is motivating you to buy more. And if suppose the government says that I will win the election, I have won the election, I'm going to give you a gift from tomorrow, and the price of petrol right now is 100 rupees, it is going to fall down to 80 rupees. So what will happen? The demand will go down today. Everybody will wait for tomorrow. So information is increasing or decreasing the demand rather than the price. Then we come to what is known as exception to the law of demand. One question to two question you can easily expect from here. Easily expect. Now exception is when there is a violation in the law of demand. Law of demand says price increases, quantity demanded will decrease. But when price increases and quantity demanded will increase, or price decreases, quantity demanded decrease, it means the relationship which was previously negative becomes a positive relation. Positive relation. Then it is considered as a violation. Now remember, in case of law of demand, where the trap will happen, and very subtle way they will trap you in the question. The law of demand talks about price of X and quantity demanded for X. It doesn't talk about price of X and quantity demanded for Y. It means the law does not talk about either complementary good or substitute goods or income or any other thing. Law of demand talks about price of same commodity and quantity demanded of same commodity. So any violation related question, उसमें आपको substitute good, complementary goods और income ऐसा कुछ दिया, that can never be the answer. In case of violation, you have to compare the price of same commodity and quantity demanded of same commodity. So it means price will increase, quantity demanded will increase, price will decrease, quantity demanded will decrease. And there were three situations that we covered. One is known as conspicuous goods, Veblen goods, you call it snob goods, everything I have mentioned over here. Where is it? Hmm. Yes, you see, sorry. Conspicuous good, Veblen good, prestige goods, all these goods. So in this case, what happens when the price increases, quantity demanded will increase. But remember, market will not violate. Only few people will violate. When the price of, let's say, luxury watches increase, common man will not buy. So the market demand will fall. Only the rich class, few rich class will buy. So it means, don't you think the market demand is going to fall down by big margin? Because how many rich people are there in any country? Less than 1%. So even the luxury goods, greater demand, collective aggregate demand is created by the common man. Correct? You see, gold is a luxury good. Now, if I combine all the rich person in India, that is 1%, how much gold they are holding? Compared to they are holding other assets also, but compared to all other people, you and me, everybody, don't you think collectively we own more gold than them? So if the price of gold is, let's say, jewelry price increase हो रहा है, common people cannot afford to buy, so the market demand is going to fall. But rich people will take intrinsic pleasure in buying that, so they are going to increase the demand. So they are an exception. So market demand is falling down by 20%, but this 1% is increasing the demand by 1%, 1 or 2%. So overall market is not at violation, but these people are at violation. All right. So that will be the first case of violation. Second case was given goods. Now remember, inferior goods do not violate the law of demand. Those inferior goods which violate the law of demand are known as given goods. It means every inferior good is not a given good, but every given good is an inferior good. And the example of bread and low quality bread and meat we have given. So if the price of low quality bread was rising, people, what they did, they knew that even if they decrease the consumption of bread or decrease the expenditure on bread by 50%, they will save a small amount of money, and with this money they will not be able to buy enough quantity of meat. All right. So what they did, rather, they decreased small quantity of meat consumption, because meat is expensive. So even if you cut down the consumption of meat by 10%, you will save huge amount of money that will help you buy even more bread. So as a result, when the price of bread was increasing, people started to give up some quantity of meat that is was high price to save large sum of money and buy more and more bread, and the quantity demanded of bread was went on increasing with the rise in its price. All right, I've given you all in the notes. Next is speculative goods. Right. Who among you bought HG Infra? HG Infra लिया था कोई? बेच दिया ना? कितना percent? 30% in 3 days. So what has happened? So you see, speculation is buying something when even when the price is rising. Now normally, if suppose the price of something is rising, I will not buy, provided I am buying for consumption. But if I am buying for the purpose of selling it quickly and making a profit, then what will happen? If the price of these speculative good is rising, I will expect that in future also the price will continue to rise. So what will I do? I will try to buy over here and I will try to sell over here. And during this duration, I will make a windfall profit in the short run. Now, you can say, sir, how is it different from expected change in price in future? It is different. Why? Because in expected change in price in future, that we have covered the petrol example, the price was not changing now. You got the information about the price increase. Here, the price is increasing. It means you found out there is a trend, and many will expect that the trend will continue. So they will prefer to buy now and sell at a higher price in future and make profit out of it. So gold, silver, equity shares, these are all speculative goods. Clear? Hai?
Yes, sir.
Then we came to the concept that why demand curve slopes downward. And I told you this is due to price effect, which is equals to
So, yes, sir.
income effect plus substitution effect. Now, understand, there are two commodities X and Y. Now X is sold at rupees 100, Y is sold at rupees 120. Right now you will buy X if they are similar commodity, correct? Because if you buy Y, you will be poorer by 20 rupees for every unit you buy, correct? But what if I tell you that the price of X increases from 100 rupees to 150 rupees? Will you continue to buy X? No. Because when the price of X is increasing from 100 to 150, you will lose your income by 50 rupees because you have to spend 50 rupees extra. That is known as income effect. The moment it happens, you will start to search for a substitute. And you found out that Y is still sold at 120. If I make a switch from X to Y, then I have to spend only 20 rupees extra rather than 30 rupees extra, rather than 50 rupees extra. So, if I make a switch from X to Y, how much extra I have to spend? I have to spend an extra of minus 20 rather than minus 50. So, don't you think if I substitute X with Y, I'll be able to save 30 rupees? My income will fall down by only 20 rupees rather than 50 rupees. So, I will substitute X with Y. This is known as substitution effect. So, whenever the price of one commodity will increase, the other commodity will seem to be relatively cheaper. All right. So, increase in the price of the commodity will negatively impact your income as you have to spend relatively more amount of money. This is known as income effect. To minimize the negative income effect, you will replace that particular commodity which is sold at a high price with another substitute which is still sold at a relatively lower price. And you may not be able to get over with complete income effect, negative income effect, but you can minimize the negative income effect from minus 50 to only minus 20. As a result, people will always move from those goods which is sold at a high price to those goods which is sold at a low price, making the demand curve slope downward or turn negative. Clear? Hai?
Yes, sir.
Then again, they'll ask you a question with regard to what is the difference between uh, quantity demanded and demand. Now, whenever they use the phrase quantity demanded, whether they call it change in quantity demanded or increase or decrease in quantity demanded, it means the price of the same commodity is changing. And we call this as expansion and contraction in demand. So, if suppose I draw the demand curve here, price है, quantity है, and this is your demand curve, let's say. If the price was here P0, this was your quantity demanded Q0, this was your point. And when the price is increasing from P0 to P1, what happens? Quantity demanded will decrease from Q0 to Q1 and you move up the slope. So market, meaning, don't draw it, you have already drawn it. This movement up the slope will lead to contraction. So mind it, when you move up the slope of the demand curve, it will cause contraction. And when the price falls down from P0 to P2, then the quantity demanded will increase from Q0 to Q2. Now you move from point A to point C. Point A to point C. So moving down the slope will lead to expansion. So when the curve is a downward slope, when you move up, you're going towards the origin, that is towards the y axis. It means you are decreasing something on the x axis. So up the slope you move contraction, it means price has increased. Down the slope, it means expansion, it means price has decreased. So you have to keep that in mind because they can ask you that price has increased. Which of the following is true with regard to the demand curve? There is price increase bola. There is downward movement on the slope. Wrong. There is expansion along the curve. Wrong. There is increase in quantity demanded. Wrong. What answer will be? Contraction in demand will be the answer. Decrease in quantity demanded will be the answer. You move up on the slope, that will be the answer. All right. So wherever they mention the phrase change in quantity demanded, it means you're talking about the price of same commodity. Next. But price can also change due to factors other than price. It could be anything. Many examples we have taken, but even weather condition can affect the demand for any particular commodity. During summer season, demand for ice cream will increase. During winter season, demand for cold, hot beverage will increase. So it could be anything. During Diwali, the demand for sweets and laddus will increase. Correct. So in this case, what you'll see is a movement along, not a movement along. Remember, in the previous case, you move up and down the same slope. There is no shifting in the slope. But here, in this case, when the price remains same, you do not move on the same demand curve. Rather, there is a rightward or a leftward shift in the slope of the demand curve. If suppose this is the demand here, DD1 or DD0, and this is the quantity, and if suppose there is a rightward shift in the demand curve, right shift है ये, right shift है, it means that demand is going to increase from Q0 to Q1. We don't call it quantity demanded, we call it demand. And if there is a leftward shift from Q0 to Q2, left shift hai, it means it will lead to decrease in demand. Now remember, price is remaining constant. Here in the previous diagram, it was the price that was leading to this change. But here also the change is happening. The same way there it was happening, isn't it? But is this change due to change in price? The answer is no, because the price is constant. Then how it will change? Let's say this is the demand curve for cars. Price of petrol will increase. What will happen? Demand. But is the demand for car falling due to rise in the price of car? No, due to rise in the price of petrol. So car का price तो same ही है, but Maruti will be selling less car, so leftward shift हो जाएगा. This is the demand curve for income, luxury goods. Your income increases. Rolex was sold at 20 lakh rupees. It is still sold at 20 lakh rupees. Your income was over here. Your income was X. Your income increase. Demand will increase. Your income will decrease. Demand will decrease. So यहाँ पे rightward shift हो सकता है, leftward shift हो सकता है. Right. It could be anything under the sun, but not the price of same commodity. Then comes the most important concept, that is elasticity of demand. All right. I'll give you break at 2 o'clock, not now. You want half an hour, two breaks will be fine, no? So I'll give you one break at, sorry, 2 o'clock, 12, 1 o'clock, हो रहा है ना? 1 o'clock I'll give you. 1 to 1:30, and then 3:30 to 4. Huh? 2 half an hour break, fine? Or you want 1 hour break? 2 half an hour, fine, no? Okay. It will be better. You'll get twice. The theory subject है ना? So you need two intermittent breaks. All right. Half an hour of two breaks I'll give you. Now remember here, elasticity of demand is when you're talking about the response of the consumer. Why response of consumer? Because we are talking about demand. Under elasticity of demand, we try to figure out how much will there be a change in quantity demanded if there are changes in various factors. Now, if nothing is mentioned, we will consider price elasticity of demand, because the law of demand talks about price. But the response of the consumer do not only change due to change in price, response changes due to many other factors. And the three most important factors are, of course, price is one factor, income is another factor, and the price of substitutes and complements are yet another important factor. So, law of demand tells you that price increases, quantity demanded decreases. Understand, one thing we missed out in law of demand, demand, Demand is a qualitative concept. Qualitative, it means that you cannot quantify. But you'll say, sir, we can quantify. Yes, you can quantify only after the change has taken place. If I tell you that demand for, say, let's say, price of from tomorrow, Amazon will give you 50% discount on electronics. Of course, you can say that quantity demanded will increase. But can you comment? But by what margin the quantity demanded is going to increase? Huh? Do you think the law of demand will help you to determine by what margin will there be change in quantity demanded due to change in price? No. The law of demand will help you only determine that if price increases, quantity demanded will decrease. The law will never help you understand by what margin it will decrease. Price decreases, quantity demanded will increase, but the law cannot give you a specific value that price fell down by 10%, quantity demanded increases by 20%. Because beforehand, it is not possible to determine the behavior of consumer. One thing with certainty we can say that increased price, quantity demanded will fall. How much? You cannot. So that's why demand is a qualitative concept, not a quantitative concept. Moreover, the demand is also a flow concept. Now, what is the difference between a flow and a stock concept? When we measure the aggregate of anything at a particular point in time, that is a stock concept. But when we measure the change in aggregate between two different points in time, that becomes a flow concept. If I ask you how much money yesterday you had, you said, sir, 1000 rupees. You say, how much of money you have today? You say, sir, 1500 rupees. Both are stock concept because yesterday ka value aap bataya aggregate, today ka value you told me aggregate. But what if I do? I'll say, yesterday you had 1000, today you have 1500. The change in the money that you are holding has been rupees 500. That becomes a flow concept. That becomes a flow concept. Correct. So if government says that the GDP of India is nearly $4 trillion, that is a stock concept. But when the government says that the GDP growth rate is 10%, then it's a flow concept because you are comparing the GDP of the base year with the GDP of the current year. All right, understood. So demand is both a qualitative concept and a flow concept. Now, elasticity of demand, when we talk about price elasticity of demand, we try to figure out how much will there be change in price. As a result, what will be the proportional change in quantity demanded. When we take the same thing with income, then we find out how much will be the change in income, and with respect to that, what will be the change in the degree of change in the numerator in terms of demand. And cross elasticity will find out how much will be the change in price of X and how much will be the change in the demand for X. So, under the law, we are only concerned about what happens along the X axis and what happens along the Y axis. In case of elasticity, we calculate what happens along the X axis and what happens along the Y axis and divide one with the other. So, elasticity of demand, we try to determine the response of the consumer. Is the response with regard to what? With regard to whatever we take as the denominator. If suppose I am taking the decision to buy more or less of any commodity due to change in the price of that commodity, then my response is due to price. We call it as price elasticity of demand. Then there are 5 cases of price elasticity of demand. We'll go to that. But elasticity of demand can be measured using various methods. And one of the method is also known as proportionate method or percentage method. Now, what is proportionate method or percentage method? We try to find out the proportion of change in quantity demanded, which is taken as a numerator, with respect to the proportion of change in the price, which is taken along the x axis or as a denominator. Now, why we take price as the denominator and quantity demanded as the numerator? Because the determinant of demand according to the law of demand is the price. The law of demand talks about change in quantity demanded due to change in price. The law doesn't talk about change in price due to change in quantity demanded. So, under proportionate method, if we want to find out elasticity of demand, we say it is percentage change in quantity demanded divided by percentage change in price. So I have to, this is the formula Q0 minus Q1 divided by Q0 into P0 divided by P0 minus P1. And there are 5 different degrees of elasticity that you have to know. What are these different degrees of elasticity? First is E equals to 1. We call it unitary elastic demand. Now, if I go by the formula, this formula, when will you get E equals to 1? Don't you think when percentage change in quantity demanded is equal to the percentage change in price? Meaning, if suppose price increases or decreases by 10%, then quantity demanded increase or decrease by 10%, then only you will get E equals to 1. So percentage change in quantity demanded is relatively similar to the percentage change in price. Alright. When you have E greater than 1, we say consumers are highly responsive. It means if price increases or decreases by 10%, of course, there will be no violation. It means if price increases by 10%, quantity demanded will decrease. If price decreases by 10%, quantity demanded will increase. But by how much? By more than the percentage change in price. So here, consumers are more responsive to the change in price, correct? Or less responsive? More responsive, no. Because consumers' response is determined according to the change in quantity demanded, and my response is relative to the change in price. So I got E greater than 1, which is usually found in case of luxury goods because these are non-essential. So even if there is 10% increase in the price of the luxury good will happen, it will put a big burden on me. So I will decrease my consumption in greater proportion because these are non-essential goods. And if there is a 10% fall, then there'll be huge saving for me because these goods again are sold at a high price. So I will not wait for future, I'll buy it right now. So quantity demanded will increase by a big margin. Then you have E less than 1. In this case, price increase or decrease by 10%, quantity demanded will increase or decrease by 5%. It means consumers are less elastic or inelastic or relatively inelastic. This happens when you have strong preference for any particular commodity. So, you like Maggie, even if the price increases by 20%, you are not going to decrease the demand by more than 20%. Then you have E equals to 0. In this case, what happens? When will you get E equals to 0? When you have the numerator as 0. So it means here quantity demanded, the change is 0. But there will be increase or decrease in price by any percent does not matter. So in this case, you are buying the same number of units, whatever be the price. So that's why your E will be here 0. If doctor tells you to take one blood pressure medicine every day, one tablet every day, do you think discount is given? You'll take two. And if the price increases, you'll take none every alternate day. Alternate day, you'll go to heaven, come back, go to heaven, come back, go to heaven, come back. Not possible. So E will be equals to 0. And then E is infinite. In this case, exact opposite happens. In this case, price remains constant, but demand may increase or decrease. It means price is not the motivator. All right. Income could be the motivator. So if I plot on the x-axis demand, on the y-axis price, but price remaining same, income increases or decreases, demand will increase or decrease. That will lead to infinite elasticity of demand. Clear hai? All right. Diagrams and everything, outlay method, quickly we'll do it. Consumer theory खत्म करके सीधा supply पे जाके फिर we'll start with cost concept. All right. So half an hour you can take the break. 1:30 will begin. 1:30, half an hour break, students.
Yes. It's really Sunday. Alam mo yan, pas na David. Sitting and for my What do you do on 1 month? What do you get done there? What do you do? What do you do? Yeah. Yes. Very interesting. Hmm. 59. No, that's even there. That's it's another it's unconscious mind. It's another again. ನಿಜವಾಗದ ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಹೌದು unconscious mind ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಬಿದ್ದಿರ್ತೀನಿ ಈಗ ನಮ್ಮ ಕೈ ಇದೆ ಕಾನ್ಶಿಯಸ್ ನಮ್ಗೆ ನಾವು ಕಾನ್ಶಿಯಸ್ ಅರ್ಥ ಮಾಡ್ಕೊಳ್ಳಿ ಇವಾಗ Shandar. Kita mau main dia udah ketemu. Atau ini nggak mau dia itu apa kayak bisa dia untuk berjalan. Tidak mau kuliah. Jadi lah. Itu dia berbeda ya. Oh, iya. About them living. That's a different relation.
What is happening? Camera is not working. All right, honor students, can you hear me clearly? All right. So now different degrees of elasticity of demand will cover here. So under different degrees of elasticity of demand, we know that E is equals to 1. So it means the percentage change in quantity demanded will be equal to percentage change in price. In that case, when you draw the diagram, you'll find that the change along the x-axis and the change along the y-axis will be similar. This is price, this is quantity demanded. And if suppose initially this was the price and this was the quantity demanded, Q0, when the price increases, let's say from P0 to P1, you'll find quantity demanded will decrease by this margin, Q0, Q1. So when you join these 2 points, what you'll get is a downward sloping demand curve, of course, in all the cases, but you can figure out that this which shows the consumer's response, because elasticity of demand is with regard to consumer's response. This rectangular hyperbola has the same area as this particular rectangular hyperbola. So when you compare the size of these two boxes, you can easily figure out whether E is more than 1 or less than 1. Because when we take E greater than 1, understand that as the degree of elasticity it increases, it means E more than 1, if it goes further 2, 3, 4 and so on, so the demand curve will become more and more of a sleeping line and less of a vertical line. And as the elasticity decreases, it's going approaching zero, not yet zero, but approaching zero. The demand curve will be becoming more and more of a standing line and less of a horizontal line. So you'll see E is greater than 1. So it means looking at the slope of the demand curve also, you can easily predict whether it's a E greater than 1 or E less than 1 or equals to 1. Now you see price is here, quantity demanded is over here. Now let's say price increases from P0 to P1. Let's say price is increasing by 10%, but quantity demanded falls down very sharply from Q0 to Q1. Now if you compare these two diagrams, you see the change over here and change over here were more or less similar. But here in this diagram, you see what is the change here and corresponding change, what is it over here. So can I say the response of the consumer is greater than the change in price? So when I join these two points here, you'll find that the demand curve, it becomes more of a sleeping line if you compare these two demand curve here and here. All right, it is again sleeping and trying to become a horizontal line. So again, if you compare, this is the response of the consumer shown by this box, and which has a bigger area compared to the size of this box. So by comparing the size of the box also, you can determine whether E is greater than 1 or less than 1 or equals to 1. Because in the third case, if I take E less than 1, and when we draw the diagram, again price here, quantity here. So let's say P0 is here, quantity demanded is over here. If suppose price increases, let's say by 20 or 30%, P0 to P1, what happens? Quantity demanded will fall, but it will fall by a relatively smaller margin, Q0 to Q1. So now you see what is the area covered by this box, which shows the response of the consumer compared to the area covered by this box. Can you find a difference between these two diagrams here? Now, if I join this point, you'll find that the demand curve will become more of a standing line than a sleeping line. All right. So elasticity is now has now been lower than 1. So here you see this box is greater, this box is smaller. Response is more, change in price is less. Here response is less, but change in price is more, and that's how we figure out that E is less than 1 here. And in case of E equals to 0, when you're getting E equals to 0, it means percentage change in quantity demanded will be what? 0, even when the price is changing. So if suppose P0 initially was rupees 100 and price increases to rupees 120, quantity initially was 20 units and it doesn't change, it remains 20 units. So if I want to find it out through the proportionate method, how will I find elasticity demand? Q0 minus Q1, that is 20, minus 20 divided by Q0, that is 20 into 100, or sorry, into P0, that is 100 divided by P0 minus P1, 100 minus 120. So now you see, if you see here, 20 minus 20 is 0. 0 by 20, it will be 0. Now you multiply it with anything, it does not matter. When you multiply anything with 0, the answer will be equals to 0. So it means here, there is no response of the consumer. So there will be no box along the quantity line. So if this is the price here, this is the quantity, and you see, this will be your demand curve, Q0. So there is no response, so no box over here. The price may be over here P0, the price may be over here, price may increase or decrease, but the quantity demanded is not changing. So remember, when E is equals to 0, then the demand curve will be a vertical straight line which is parallel to the y-axis and it touches the x-axis. From these points also they can ask you the question. It happens in case of necessary goods. And lastly, when do we say E equals to infinite? So understand again one thing, that as the elasticity increases, the demand curve will become more and more sleeping line. As it decreases, it becomes more and more standing line. It means the moment it is 0, it will be a vertical line. The moment it is infinite, it means it will be a perfectly horizontal line. So it means if suppose P0 was rupees 100, now P1 is rupees 100 again. But Q0 initially was 10 units, Q1 is 20 units. Now, what is the percentage change in price? 0. What is the percentage change in demand? 100% change हो रहा है, 10 to 20. So percentage change in price, what the percentage change is demand is 100, but there is no change in price, so 0. So anything divided by 0, you'll get a infinite value. So in this case, the response is there, but the response is due to factors other than price. So you'll get this as the demand curve. So it means the quantity is increasing from Q0 to Q1 or Q1 to Q0, it is decreasing, but the price remains same. So it means as the demand goes on increasing, you'll have a line over here, line over here. It means it will go on extending. As the demand goes down, it will go on decreasing. So it becomes a horizontal straight line which is parallel to the x-axis while it touches the y-axis. So remember, parallel किसके टच किसको कर रहा है, उसके हिसाब से आपको इलास्टिसिटी का चूज करने का आंसर. Now, next comes what is known as total outlay method. The application of total outlay method is at many places. Under the total outlay method or total expenditure method, we try to determine what happens to the expenditure of the consumer when there is a change in price. Now, the common problem is that people assume that when the price is increasing, the expenditure will also increase. And when the price is decreasing, expenditure will also decrease. If you suppose ask any layman, sir, the price of petrol was 100 rupees, price increased to 120. Am I spending more money on petrol or less money on petrol? Do you need to spend more or less? Many will say yes, I'll spend more. But the answer is no. There cannot be a blanket answer to this question. It all depends upon elasticity of demand. There could be a possibility that price is increasing or price is decreasing, but the expenditure remains same. There could also be a possibility price is increasing, but expenditure is decreasing. And there could also be a possibility that price is increasing and expenditure is also increasing. Anything is possible. So it all depends upon elasticity of demand. So under total outlay method, you will have three situations, that is E equals to 1, E greater than 1, and E less than 1. So under this situation, we try to figure out, let's say E is equals to 1. E is equals to 1. When you will get E equals to 1, let's say price is increasing by 10%. Then the quantity demanded must decrease by 10%, then only I'll get E more equals to 1. So when the price has increased by 10%, it means this is the burden that is falling on the consumer. What the consumer will do? Consumer will decrease its consumption. Of course, it will be satisfied less, but that is not the concern here. The concern here is to find out how much more or less money is spending on the same commodity. So if the burden that fell on me was 10%, I am reducing the burden by the same margin. Am I not neutralizing the increase in the burden by decreasing my consumption? All right. So it means as much as the burden increase, by that much I'm decreasing my consumption. So in this case, how much am I spending? More money, less money, or same amount of money? I'm spending same amount of money. And likewise, if suppose the price falls down by 10%, it means I am saving how much? 10%. Now with this 10% of saving, can I buy extra? Yes. So I'm able to increase my consumption by 10%. But this 10% I'm buying from the saving that I'm making. So I'm buying more. But am I spending more? No. So in this case also, your expenditure remains the same. So we can conclude that when E is equals to 1, whether price increases or price decreases, the total expenditure of the consumer do not change. It remains same. But when E is greater than 1, E is greater than 1 and then the price increases. Let's say if I increase the price by 10% and quantity demanded decreases by 20%. Now here the price is increasing, but by how much? By 10%. So the increase in the burden for me, how much is the increase in the burden? Because the price increase is the burden. The burden is increasing by 10%. So if I reduce my consumption by 10%, I'll be able to neutralize the entire burden. But how much of burden I reduce? I decrease my consumption by 20%. Am I not reducing the burden more than the increase in the burden? Correct? So Will I be spending more money or will I be spending less money? You'll be spending less money. So total expenditure in this case is going to fall despite the fact that the price is increasing. So when you have an elastic demand, increase in price will lead to decrease in total expenditure. So that's why when demand is elastic, the sellers never increase the price. The seller will always give you discount, because other way around is also possible. If I give you 10% discount, so as a seller I'm taking a hit of 10%, but the market rewards me by increasing the consumption by 20, 30, 40, 50%. So what is happening? If suppose Apple start to sell its phone at 80% discount, let's say, let's say, बोला मैं एक फोन पे 1000 रुपए का ही मार्जिन लेगा, and the sale of Apple phone increases by 500%, will Apple be incurring losses? No. And that's what happens on discount days. Big billion day, Black Friday, White Sunday, नहीं होता, but it could be anything. So in this case, think from consumer's perspective. What you do when you get discount? You start to buy like a hungry vulture. ये भी खरीद लो, वो भी खरीद लो, ये भी खरीद. That's what they want to do. They want to increase your response. So you are saving only 10%. With 10% of saving, you can buy 10% extra. Can you buy 20% extra? No. So in this case, are you spending more money or less money? More money. So here, total expenditure, it increases. If you ask a layman, सर मेरे को डिस्काउंट मिल रहा है, मैं ज्यादा खर्च कर रहा है या कम खर्च कर रहा है, बोले कम, बोले नहीं सर, यू कांट से. What if I'm spending in percentage terms more than the discount I'm getting? Then you are spending more money. So can I say here, in this case, price increases, expenditure decreases, price decreases, expenditure increases, price and total consumer expenditure move in the opposite direction. Easy way to remember. And when E is less than 1, when E is less than 1, and now if suppose price increases by 20%, I decrease my quantity demanded by less than 20%, let's say 10%, 12%, 15%, but less than 20%. So percentage, what is the burden? Burden is increasing by 20%. So in order to reduce the entire burden, I have to decrease my consumption by 20%. Am I being able to decrease my consumption by 20%? No. It means only partial burden I'm removing. So am I spending more money or less money? I'm spending more money. So here your total expenditure is going to increase. So price increase हुआ, यहाँ पर total expenditure is increasing. But in this case, so it means when E is less than 1, always remember the sellers will never give you discount. क्यों देगा discount? Because what will happen if suppose they give you discount, they're taking a hit of 20%, but the quantity demanded is increasing by only 10%. So don't you think consumers are saving 20%? They can buy 20% extra, but they're buying 10% extra. So 10% of saving, are they not taking back home? So it means they are consuming more, but they are spending less. So here total expenditure will decrease. So why the seller will give you discount when after giving discount their revenue is decreasing? Because expenditure of the consumer and revenue of the seller are interrelated. There is a direct relationship. So can I say in this case expenditure, sorry, expenditure expenditure increase, sorry, price increase, expenditure increase, price decrease, expenditure decrease. So price and expenditure, they move in the same direction. There is a positive relation between price and total expenditure when E is less than 1. Clear? Now next comes what is known as the point elasticity method and the arc elasticity method. Understand, point and arc are used in two different situations. Sometimes they'll ask him to a theoretical question with regard to that. When there is a very small change or minute change in price, let's say, 10 rupees, 20 rupees, 30 rupees. Now, remember, 10 rupees, 20 rupees, 30 rupees increase or decrease in the price of a commodity which is sold at 50 rupees, that is a big change. All right. But 10, 20 rupees change in the price of a motorcycle will not affect the demand of the commodity much. So you wanted to buy a car for yourself. Your budget is 10 lakh rupees. You went to buy. You found out that the price of the car has increased. How much? 500 rupees. Will you not buy the car? If the demand will fall, the market demand will fall by an insignificant margin which cannot be measured over two different points. So usually we are measuring between two different points. No, दो point पे measure करा था demand now. But what if, let's say, the price of the car initially was 10 lakh rupees and Maruti was able to sell, let's say, 10,000 units of car every quarter. Now the price of the car increases from 10 lakh to 10 lakh 500. You can't even point it out here. But let's say if I try to draw the demand curve, if the demand fall, that's why I'm using the word, if the demand will fall by a very small margin. It means Maruti is able to sell 9,999 cars. Now, can I make a demand curve here and search for the microscope to find out where it is? No. So most of the time we ignore the change and we say that the demand is currently at this particular point. In that case, we use point method. So if they give you a theoretical question, that in which case we'll use point method, you select that particular option where you think that the price of the commodity is on the higher end, but the change is on a very smaller end. Right? Insignificant change in price leading to insignificant change in quantity demanded. So you'll use point method. And the formula for the same elasticity of demand through point method, we say lower segment of the demand curve divided by upper segment of the demand curve. Upper segment of the demand curve. Now they can also ask you a very different question from here. So let's say here price is here, quantity is here, and this is your demand curve touching the x and the y axis. We say that the point, let's say at point A, when it's touching the y axis, elasticity will be infinite. When it touching the x axis, we have seen whether it touches in this manner or whether it touches in this manner. यहाँ पे infinite होगा ना, देखो y axis को touch किया infinite, x axis को touch किया e equals to 0. So here it will be e equals to 0. Alright, e equals to 0 यहाँ पर. Now if I point out, let's say A, B, C, D and point E. At point C, you will find that the elasticity of demand will be equals to 1, which is also the midpoint. Between the midpoint, when the demand curve touches the y-axis, you will have elasticity of demand which is greater than 1. And between the midpoint and when the demand curve touches the x-axis, you will find elasticity will be lesser than 1. Alright, but how did I get this value? We got this value from this particular formula. Now let's say if I divide the entire chord of the demand curve into 4 equal parts. From A to D, you have 8 centimeters total. A to B, you have 2 centimeter. B to C, you have 2 centimeter equidistant. C to D, you have 2 centimeter. D to E, you have 2 centimeter. If I want to find out elastic demand at point E, applying the above formula, so how many centimeters from point C towards point E? So 2 plus 2 is 4 centimeter. How much above upper segment is 4? 4 by 4, you got the value 1. At this point, what is the lower segment from D to the down? You have 2 centimeter. D to the up, you have 6 centimeters. So 1 by 3, you got 0.33. So E is less than 1. At point E, where it touches the x-axis, how much centimeter is the lower segment? 0. How much upper segment? 8 cent. So 0 by anything is 0. At point B, from point B, downside how many centimeters? 6 centimeter. Upside 2 centimeter. 6 by 2 is 3. E is greater than 1. And at point A, downside how many centimeters? 8. Up, you got 0. So you got infinite. Alright. Also remember a note here that if they give you lower segment and upper segment, you simply divide the lower by the upper, you'll get your answer. Theoretical question, what will be the answer? We know. Alright, small change, you'll choose auto car. Yeah, air conditioner price increases by 20 rupees. Which method you'll use? Of course, you'll use point method. Nobody is going to say I'm not going to buy AC voltage खरीदने की 30,000 की जगह 30,000 30 रुपए में मिल रहा है, बोला नहीं खरीदेगा. You will still buy, the demand will fall by small margin. So in that case, you'll use point method. But if they give you P0 P1 change in price and Q0 Q1 change in quantity demanded, then you cannot put it in this lower segment by upper segment. In that case, mind it, simply apply proportionate method formula. Whatever answer you get, you mark it. One more thing you have to understand, elasticity of demand can never be negative. You will all the time when you solve question with regard to elasticity of demand, you will get a negative answer. Now, if both negative and positive is given, then choose the negative. But most of the time, negative will not be given and there will be none of the above one option. So you got the answer, let's say minus 1.5. And the option is given 1.5 to 1 and none of the above. Don't choose none of the above. Choose 1. I mean, choose 1.5, whatever answer you've got. Negative ka positive आप choose करो. Why? Because elasticity cannot be negative. They are trying to test your knowledge. And why elasticity cannot be negative? They cannot be negative demand for anything. Alright, they cannot be. Not possible. Then why are you getting the negative elasticity? We are getting the negative answer because of inverse relationship between price and quantity demanded. So if it was a subjective examination and you have to write the answers, then you will have to write the value of elasticity inside the modulus के अंदर that completely eradicates the negative sign. But here you don't have to face with that particular problem. All right. Now comes what is known as arc elasticity method. Under arc elasticity method, now let's say you wanted to buy an AC. You went to buy an AC. You found out that the price of the AC has increased from 30,000 to 55,000. Now, will it not affect your idea to change the AC? And if suppose the price falls down from 30,000 to 10,000, you may end up buying two AC also. Correct or not? Right. So, when there is a big change in price, it will affect consumers' budget significantly. So, the consumers will become highly influenced, highly volatile, and the quantity demanded will change by a big margin. Tomorrow, if suppose Maruti increases the price of its car from 10 lakh to 15 lakh, don't you think there can be a relatively bigger fall in the demand for Maruti cars? Correct. So, consumers, when they become elastic, even a small change can affect big, but the small change should be at least 10, 15, 20% change hone mangta. All right. But when the change is 40, 50, 60%, then you have to measure between two different points as we are measuring using arc method. So arc method में क्या होता, we apply this particular formula to calculate elastic demand. Q0 minus Q1 divided by Q0 plus Q1 into P0 plus P1 divided by P0 minus P1. Again, sorry, elasticity of demand, not supply. Again, you will get a negative answer. It does not matter which method you apply. If there is a negative relation between the factors you're taking along the x-axis and y-axis, if there is a negative relation, you'll always get a negative answer. Only thing is that sometimes they don't mention in the question which method to apply. So you find out the percentage change. If the percentage change is 50, 60, 70% or upwards, use arc method. Again, one more thing you have to understand. If suppose the price of some commodity was rupees 10 and the price increases to rupees 15. Another example, price of the commodity was rupees 1 lakh and price increases to 1 lakh 10,000. All right. Which is a bigger change? Do you think A has a bigger change in price or B has a bigger change in price? A has a bigger change in price. Why? Percentage change here is 50%, but the percentage change here is 10%. Don't get carried away looking at the absolute value. Alright, don't get carried away. बोला सर बोला तो ज़्यादा change है ये 1 lakh to 1 lakh 10,000. Number of zeros is more. No, percentage change is less. In this case, you'll simply put proportionate method formula. But here, if they have not mentioned and this thing they have said, the price decrease increases by and quantity, it was 100 units and it falls down to 30 units. There is a big change. There is a big change. So you will use arc method in that particular case. Clear? Now the question comes from here also. They ask you significant number of questions that what are the other factors that can affect the elasticity of demand. There were 8 different factors that we covered that can affect the elasticity of demand. First one was availability of substitutes. Now tell me, consumers' response is with regard to making choice. If you are able to make a better choice, then you are elastic. If you are not able to make a good choice, then the demand will be inelastic. If two commodities are given, X and Y, X is sold by, let's say X has two substitutes, or let's say four substitutes available. Let's say X is selling potato chips और उसका लेज है, लहर कुरकुरे है, बिंगो है, एंड लेट्स से प्रिंगल्स, फोर डिफरेंट, और कुछ नहीं अवेलेबल है, ओनली फोर चिप्स आर अवेलेबल. Why could be anything? Why is selling toothpaste? And toothpaste is been sold by 20 different companies with 70 different brands. एक कंपनी का मल्टीपल ब्रांड भी हो सकता है, राइट? सो फॉर एग्जांपल वन प्लस एक ब्रांड है कंपनी का, वीवो एंड ओप्पो भी बिलोंग्स टू द सेम कंपनी, right? Different brand but same company. So now what happens here? For Y, you have, let's say, 50 different substitutes available. Now tell me where you have more choice making power. Here, if suppose if you don't like one option, gone, you have three left. Second, gone, you have two left. Third, gone, third bhi acha nahi laga. Then the last option, either you take it or go home. You can exercise your choice only three times. I don't like one, I don't like two, I don't like three. If you say I don't like four, then go home. But here, I can reject 49 items. I don't like 10, I don't like 18, I don't like 27. बोला अभी भी 25 item बचा. So don't you think your choice making power is more? So whenever the choice making power is given to the consumer, consumers will become very volatile. Consumer will jump from one building to another just like a monkey. They jump from tree to tree. So here the demand will become elastic E greater than 1. And here the demand will be inelastic. You have restricted choice. You cannot replace too much, if the price is changing. Second one was the nature of the good. Nature of the good, on one end, two extremities we take. On one end, you take necessary goods, and other end you take luxury goods. Now if I ask you, now people will be attracted towards luxury good, but they also know that without luxury good I'm not going to die, without necessities I'm going to die. Correct? So it means, if suppose the price of necessary goods are increasing, can you decrease the consumption by much? The answer is no. Can you stop consuming water? The answer is no. Can you stop consuming salt and medicine? The answer is no. But can you stop? And it means your survival will be at risk. But can you stop consuming luxury goods? Will you die if you don't buy a Rolex watch or postpone it to next year? If you don't buy a Mercedes Benz, बोला हार्ट अटैक आ गया, क्यों मर्सिडीज बेंज नहीं खरीद पाया, राइट? सो लग्जरी गुड्स आर नॉन एसेंशियल. पहला, it means its consumption can be easily delayed, if not today, next year, if not next year, next to next year. You cannot do with necessary goods. डायबिटीज डॉक्टर बोला मेडिसिन खाने का, बोलेगा नेक्स्ट ईयर, डॉक्टर बोला चाहो, next year you will not be able to see the new year, right? So you cannot delay the consumption of necessary goods. So if the price increases, you have no other option. But in case of, so it means either E will be equal to 0 or E will be less than 1, because poor people cannot buy if the price increases. Now, luxury goods you can easily. Moreover, luxury goods are sold at a very high price. All right. So, sir, why necessary goods cannot be sold at a high price? The country will go to a civil war then. All right. Gandhi ji did not do the satyagraha when gold price increased. अभी डांडी मार्च करेगा, gold का price increase हो रहा. But salt he did it. Why? Salt is an essential. So luxury good. Have you ever heard complaint from anybody who's saying price of gold has increased, Baba re Baba? People are happy. Investment grade increase. Have you ever, if suppose tomorrow Rolex increases the price, अभी 20 lakh में नहीं बेचेगा, मैं 30-40 lakh में बेचेगा. Do you think people will say Karnataka बंद, Rolex का price increase, भारत बंद? No. People will not even criticize the government. Have you heard anybody criticizing the government saying कैसा गवर्नमेंट है, मर्सिडीज बेंज का प्राइस 1 करोड़ से 4 करोड़ हो गया? No. But people will criticize price of medicine has increased, price of milk has increased, price of cooking oil has increased, normal goods, necessary price of hospitalization has increased, price of water is also increased, price of electricity increased. So luxury goods are non-essential, and see, these are sold at a very high price. Even a small up and down percentage price will mean you are saving a lot of money. If the price comes down, you will rush and buy. If the price increases, it will bleed you out, so you'll say I'll not buy. So here the demand will be highly elastic. Then comes position of commodity in consumer budget. We do not spend the same proportion of our income on any commodity. घर में महीने का 5,000 रुपए का पिकल खाता है क्या? नहीं खाता, बट 5,000 रुपए का पेट्रोल हो सकता, करेक्ट? राइट. So let's say a household, let's say, has an income of 1 lakh rupees. Two extreme goods. There are many in between, but let's say two extreme, highest and lowest. If you're spending, let's say, 60,000 rupees on good X and only 50 rupees on good Y, there is an increase in the price of X and Y. X's price increased by 20%. Y price increases by 100%. 100% increase. Which will bother you more? X or Y? X will bother, but percentage is less. But less percentage of a higher value mean more problem. More percentage of a lower value, no problem. Why here? If I want to find out how much extra expenditure you're doing, here you have to spend extra 12,000. It means in total 72,000 you have to spend. And here extra how much? Only rupees 50. It means extra is not going to bleed your budget out, even for a lower middle income earning family. Have you heard anybody complaining that the price of pickles has increased? You see, price of petrol has increased by around 50% in the last 4 years. Price of pickle has increased by more than 100% in the last 4 years. Yes, it means a pickle bottle which is available at 100 rupees, now it's available at 200 rupees. How many times have you seen news channel पे pickle दिखाया? ये क्या हो रहा है price of pickle? People do not bother. Why they do not bother? Price of a matchbox. In one day time, it increased by 100%. 1 रुपए से 2 रुपया हो गया. How many of you did not even find out? भिखारी भी बोलेगा कोई बात नहीं. Alright. So it will not matter. Even if it increases by 200% and you're spending 150 rupees, it does not matter. It is not going to bleed your budget. So you don't have to need to make too much of adjustment. But here you have to adjust more. So when you are affected more, your response will be more. So the demand will become elastic. When you are affected less, your response will be less. The demand will be inelastic. So when you are spending an insignificant part of your income on any commodity, even if the price of that commodity increases by 30, 40, 50%, it is not going to affect your budget much. It is not even a pinch on your skin. So you will continue to consume the same quantity, or maybe the market demand will fall down by a relatively small margin. How many times, you're students, you're living on your pocket money. How many times have you been bothered because the price of pens refill has increased? 5 रुपए में मिलता था, अभी 6 रुपए में मिल रहा है. Has it bothered you? 10 rupees में मिल रहा है, 12 rupees मिल रहा है. Has it bothered you? No. But you have a scooty and the price of petrol has increased. Has it bothered you? Yes. Because why? On petrol, you are spending significant part of your pocket money. On refills, you are not spending significant part. So on goods that you are spending more money, more proportion of money, you'll be affected more, demand will be elastic. Then you have consumer taste and preference. Consumer taste and preference. See, we all are a slave. Some way. Slave hai. Kaise slave hai? We all have some. I'm not saying everything you consume is your favorite. But some things, and for somebody, many things they consume, they have a favorite. I will always shower with head and shoulder. क्यों? I'm just giving an example. मैं तो सिर्फ मैगी खाता. Right. Like my father-in-law, Patanjali only. Right. बाबा का घी, बाबा का मसाला, सब कुछ बाबा का ही खाएगा. Right. So वो एक दिन बोला कि बाबा का ही चॉकलेट दो. When I was giving one of the candy to my daughter, he said, Patanjali का भी चॉकलेट आता है. In my mind, I was thinking that where is some window, I'll either jump myself or throw this bugger out. So the thing is, now people, when they are attracted to any particular coin, somebody will only buy Nike shoes. Somebody will only buy Apple phones. Somebody will only buy Samsung phones. Many of times you must seen no, a family, they purchase a Maruti car. अभी पूरा जनरेशन हमेशा सब कोई मारुति गाड़ी खरीदेगा. क्यों? You got a personal preference for the product. So when you are It means personally attached to a product. There is some emotional attachment with that product. You cannot leave it very quickly. In that case, the demand for that product will be inelastic because you are not willing to change. In the absence of such preference, the demand will quickly change. All right. So preference hai inelastic hai. Because of preference, you will not change. Fifth one is with regard to the time period. All right. Remember, human beings are biological machine. But saying this, we cannot adjust quickly. When something happens, we need time to make adjustment. Suddenly, school में surprise test हो गया. How will you perform? Not good. Your response is less because you are not prepared. But the teacher comes and says, no surprise test. This is the topics I'm going to conduct test next week. Come prepared. Your performance will increase. Why? You are given time. When you are given time, you are able to respond better. When you are able to respond better, demand will become elastic. Everybody knows that. Government also knows that. So government says, देखो, I am going to increase the taxes on petrol. The price will increase from 70 rupees to 80 rupees, 90 rupees, 100 rupees. People will say, galat, galat, galat. And after some time, people will say, okay, chalta hai. What has happened now? People have adjusted. So in the long run, you will be able to find out ways to make adjustment. So the demand will become elastic. You'll be able to respond better. But in the short run, when you are not able to adjust, then you will criticize everybody for the rise in price. So in the short run, the demand will be short run may remember demand will be inelastic. In the long run, demand will automatically become elastic. You will find out different ways to make adjustment if given time. Human beings are very adaptable. All right. If you give them time, they will find out solution to every problem. Right. Sixth one is with regard to the number of uses. Some commodities has large number of uses. Some have limited uses. Electricity, milk, milk, milk पी सकता है. You can make curd out of it. From the curd, you can make buttermilk out of it. You can make milkshake,
Paneer.
paneer, various other derivative cheese, different types of cheese, sweets in many of the food items. So it means what happens here? Same way electricity. All right, there was a time, long time back when electricity was invented. You can use it for only lighting a bulb. But today, electricity, one student tell me, sir, isn't it a necessary good? The answer is no. Why it is not a necessary good? By electricity is only a 200-year-old invention. Human civilization is 200 years old. It means human civilization would not have arrived without electricity. पहले ऊपर वाला इलेक्ट्रिसिटी लाएगा फिर ह्यूमन लाएगा नहीं तो मर जाएगा. नेसेसिटी है. Alright. So electricity is not a necessary good, it's simply a normal good. Still in India, many of the households in villages they don't have any electricity, but they are able to survive. They will be much healthy than you people,
Yes.
than us. Alright. So but electricity today can be used in many ways. You can cook food, you can heat a room, you can cool a room, you can, even heat a water in the bathroom. You can do many things. Purification of water, laptop charging, mobile phone charging, आप कर सकता है. So when you're using one commodity for multiple uses, you can easily adjust. You can easily cut down the consumption in one or two ways. You can easily adjust. But so it means the demand for electricity will be highly elastic. If suppose the price of electricity increases by 10 or 20%, demand will fall down by 30 or 40%. And that's why people don't shout when the price of electricity increases much. देखो, price of essential goods. Let's say, for example, uh, LPG gas. By what percentage it has increased? By around 200%. In the same time period, price of electricity also increased by 200% in the last 5 years. It means if you're paying electricity bill 200, अभी आपका 500 500 के ऊपर आ रहा है. Why? I mean 6-7 years back the rate of electricity charges in Bangalore was just 2 rupees, 2 rupees, 2.5 rupees. Now it is 7 rupees. What is the percentage increase? 300% हो गया ना? 300%. Way higher in percentage terms than petrol. Way higher in percentage terms than in case of LPG gas. But don't you think criticism for LPG gas is more compared to electricity? What is the reason? Because electricity you can adjust easily. Can you decrease the consumption of LPG gas much? Your parent will say from tomorrow no breakfast. एक बार lunch बनेगा खा के दूसरे दिन भी lunch. I'm not saying you cannot save, you cannot decrease, but you can decrease by less. 4 times you are making tea, you make it 2 times, put it in a hot flask. You're making food and everybody is eating at different time periods. You're heating it. Make it a rule that food is cooked, everybody will eat at the same time. This way you can save. Otherwise, you cannot save. Right. So when any commodity can be used in a number of ways, you can have choices to make an adjustment. So the demand will be elastic. But when a commodity is used has limited utility, then you cannot make much of a adjustment. So demand will become inelastic. Then it comes, that's a very important one, which is known as tight demand or joint demand. What is tight demand and what is joint demand? There are goods which are complementary goods, there are goods which are perfect complementary goods. For example, car and petrol are perfect complements, right or wrong? All right. So, pen and refill are perfect complements. Mouse and a desktop computer is a perfect complement. A CPU and a monitor. आप जाके सिर्फ सीपीयू खरीदो, मॉनिटर नहीं खरीदे, क्या इमेजिन करेगा सॉफ्टवेयर? दे आर परफेक्ट complements. All right. Software and a hardware. Without a software, hardware is nothing but a junk metal. Correct? What good is a computer without a software? It is junk metal. Throw kar do. Bahar, bekar. So, now in this case, when two commodities are perfect complements, the demand for one of the commodities will not be only be affected by its own price, but it will get affected due to the increase or decrease in the demand for another. Let's say one person has a car, one person has no car, and the price of petrol increases. Now, the person with no car also is spending money on petrol. बोला सर कार नहीं पेट्रोल कैसे? भाई he is traveling in public transportation. When the price of petrol and diesel will increase, he will have to pay higher fare. But my question is, who can adjust more? This person can buy a cycle and go to the office. His consumption of petrol becomes zero. Can he not adjust more better? Can this person adjust in the same manner as this person? For that, in fact, if this person wants to adjust in the one with the car, then he'll have to dig a big hole and put his car, and then I'll not use my car. Can the person who is owning a car say I cannot use the car because the price of petrol has increased? No. So this guy, the one with the car, cannot adjust much. Cannot adjust much. He can adjust, decrease, but not by much. So demand for petrol for him will be inelastic. But demand for petrol for him will be elastic. It means when you use one complement, then you have to bear the cost of other complement, because if you decrease the consumption of that, you will not be able to be satisfied with this one. All right, clear hai? Right. So in this case, the demand for one of the complements will be inelastic. All right, that's why you see, petrol company, they always make profit. Why? Because airline खरीद के रख लिया. अभी पेट्रोल का प्राइस बढ़ गया, कैन इंडिगो से मैं चलाएगा नहीं प्लेन? नो. People are bought a car, transportation company, Ola, Uber, a lot of diesel and petrol car they bought. Price of petrol has increased. Can this company cut down the consumption of petrol and diesel? Shut down your company? Is it possible? So can they decrease much the consumption? The answer is no. So the demand for them will be inelastic. And lastly is what is known as price range. Again, very important. Price range. Some goods are in the higher price range, some goods are in the lower price range. Normal price range का बात नहीं कर रहा मैं. So here is your high priced goods. Here is your low priced goods. So high priced goods, the demand will be inelastic. Now here the trap comes, because you'll say, sir, luxury goods have elastic demand. Did I mention high luxury goods here? I mentioned high price goods. Then why you are assuming that every high price good is a luxury good? Even a normal commodity can be sold at a very high price. There are soaps and shampoos which is sold at 20 rupees, 30 rupees a bar for a soap. And there is also a body wash which is nothing but a substitute of soap which is sold at 30-40,000 rupees in India. People are in Bangalore, it is available. There is a Lipton tea which is available at 500-gram packet you can buy at 600-700 rupees. There is tea available in India that you can buy by spending 1 kilogram for 35 lakh rupees. Yes. There are mangoes also sold in India. Madhya Pradesh में उगता है, आप देखो. This is a different type of mango. 15 lakh rupees per kilogram. Bangalore में ही बेचा ना अभी 3 लाख रुपए का कोई मैंगो बेचा 1 kilogram. My question is, who the hell purchases this good? Luxury goods even poor people will buy. There are people who are working as, security guard. Somebody is working in your house as maid and servant. They also buy luxury goods like gold and silver wedding marriages. Of course, they'll buy lesser than you guys, but they also purchase. Of course, they're not going to buy diamond. But ask them that will they buy, uh, you know, a jeans made by Zara which is sold at 75,000 rupees. फटा हुआ jeans रहता है, but 75,000. Will they ever buy a shampoo and a cosmetic which is sold at 30,000-40,000 rupees? The answer is no. Even higher middle income families do not buy this. Who buys this? Very rich household. Now, will it matter to them if you can spend 30,000 rupees on a bottle of shampoo and the price increases by 10% or 20%? Will it matter to you? The answer is no. You can pay 36,000 as well. Moreover, when the price will fall down, like a common man, you will not go outside the shop and line up जैसे डीमार्ट में खरीद रहे थे, बोलता नहीं नहीं मेरे को नहीं. So it means the demand for these goods will be inelastic. Right? Low price goods, again the demand will be inelastic. Do not consider every low price goods to be inferior goods. Low price goods, why again it will be inelastic? Because even a poor family, when they're spending 10, 20, 30 rupees on any commodity, if the price of that commodity increases by 10, 20, 30%, they can bear to buy it. It is not going to affect their budget much. Right? If the price of a pickle increases from 100 to 120 rupees, will you not buy it? The answer is no. If the price of matchbox increases from 1 to 2 rupees, do you think it means price kitna increase hua? 100%. Do you think the market demand will fall by that much? Zero matchbox will be sold. The answer is no. So, in case of inelastic demand, in case of low price goods, even a big percentage increase or decrease in the price will not affect much the budget of anyone. So, they will not be motivated to buy in bulk, neither motivated not to buy. अभी आपको कल बोला मैं कि मैच बॉक्स पे 50% डिस्काउंट है. 50%. 2 रुपए का मैच बॉक्स अभी 1 रुपए का मिल रहा है. विल यू टेक बकेट टू गो एंड डीमार्ट में अभी क्या करी ना, बकेट लेके आए, मैच बॉक्स लेके जाए, क्या घर जलाने का है क्या? यू विल नॉट बाई, इट विल नॉट मैटर टू. ये बोला नहीं नहीं कोई प्रॉब्लम नहीं है, नहीं लेगा मैं. राइट? सो दैट एंड्स योर with regard to different types. Now, two more things you have to keep in mind. That is, one is income elasticity of demand, one is cross elasticity of demand. You have to be careful. Formula remains the same, but in case of income elasticity of demand, you will get a positive answer for luxury goods, for necessary goods, and for normal goods. You will get negative answer only for inferior goods, and the formula remains the same. Only that thing is, in case if you are applying proportionate method, it was Q0 minus Q1 divided by Q0. Now it is not the price that but the income. So it become Y0 divided by Y0 minus Y1, because income in economics denoted by Y. So instead of price, you have replaced it with Y. And if the change in income is big enough and change in quantity is also big enough, then you will use ARC method. Now this is your proportionate method. So in this case, again, the formula remains same. Q0 minus Q1 divided by Q0 plus Q1 into P0, sorry, Y0 plus Y1 divided by Y0 minus Y1. Also remember that when you compare the price elasticity of demand and income elasticity demand, they will try to confuse you. You have to remember that when we talk about, let's say, luxury goods, don't think there is exception the moment you see luxury good. They have to mention specific terms: Veblen, snob, conspicuous good, demonstration effect. Otherwise, luxury good will not violate the law of demand. Now, luxury goods have elasticity of demand. When I say price elasticity of demand, you'll have price elasticity of demand, the relationship will be negative. Whereas income elasticity of demand, the relation will be positive. Meaning what? If we are talking about price, then increase in price will lead to decrease in demand for luxury goods, and it will be E greater than 1. And decrease in price will lead to increase in again demand. Again E will be greater than 1. But the same thing, luxury goods ke jagah, if the same thing I write in terms of income for luxury goods only, price increases, demand will increase. Again, E greater than 1. But the relationship is what? Here the relationship is negative. But here the relationship is positive. If price decreases, demand will decrease. So again, E greater than 1. So understand here that elasticity, degree of elasticity remains same. But the relationship is, for price it is negative, for income it is positive. So be careful whether the question is related to price or question is related to income. Very, very careful. Next, cross elasticity of demand. When we mention cross elasticity of demand, in that case, again, the formula exactly remains the same, but you have to take the price of one commodity and demand for another commodity. So if suppose if I want to find out price elasticity of demand between good X and good Y, then it will be Q0 minus Q1 divided by Q0 into P0 divided by P0 minus P1. The formula is same, but now it is not price elasticity, it is cross elasticity. So here this will be for good X and the price you are taking is for good Y. So if I take the same commodity, the price of good X and quantity demanded for good X, then it becomes a price elasticity of demand. But if I take the demand for X, whereas the price of Y, how the demand for petrol cars affected due to change in the price of petrol, how the demand for Nike shoes is affected due to change in the price of Reebok, how the sale of Hyundai cars will be affected when Kia increases or decreases the price, substitute or complements, then it becomes cross elasticity of demand, because you are not taking the price of X with comparing with the demand for X, you are comparing the demand for X with the price of Y. And same logic is applicable when we are talking about arc method. So arc method में same thing, Q0 minus Q1 divided by Q0 plus Q1, this was the formula, into P0 plus P1 divided by P0 minus P1. But the thing is, the moment if I write this one for good X and this was for good Y, everything changes. It changes from price elasticity to cross elasticity of demand. Now, in case of cross elasticity of demand, you have to know certain things. First, in case of complementary good, there will be negative cross elasticity of demand. Why? The reason is increase in the price of X will increase in the price of X will increase the consumption cost for Y. So automatically demand for Y will fall, and decrease in the price of X will decrease the consumption cost of Y. So consumption of Y will increase. Correct? Why do you think people in India can afford laptops? Majority. I'm not saying rich people. I'm talking about middle income and lower middle income earning families. How? Because they are paying almost nothing for software. In all the computers, you have pirated software installed, right? Because if you go and buy Microsoft Office, they will charge you 15,000 rupees. You'll go to the gray market, they'll give you a pen drive with the latest version of Microsoft Office at 200 rupees. Still, you will negotiate too much. All right. So it means price of software decreases, the cost of running the hardware will decrease. As a result, the demand for hardware will increase, inverse relation. For substitute goods, there is a positive cross elasticity of demand. Why? Because if Geo decreases the price, then what happens? Demand for Airtel, Vodafone, Idea will also decrease because their consumer will go to Jio. So positive cross elasticity of demand. What if two commodities are very close substitute? Very close substitute. So do you think elasticity of demand will be greater or it will be lesser? क्या होगा? It will be higher. When two commodities are very close substitute, meaning there is no difference in that, recognizable differences nahi hai. Your mom tells you go and buy 5 liters of, there are some guests coming, so we need to make sweets, go and buy 5 liters of Nandini milk. You went to the shop, Nandini milk सिर्फ 2 पैकेट है, बाकी अमूल पैक है. Will you not take it? Huh? Milk is a milk. Do you think Nandini cow is different and Amul cow is different? या अमूल का काव है या नंदिनी का काव है? If I blindfold you and give you one glass, if I give you one glass of thumbs up and one glass of Pepsi, you will be able to tell me. A Lays and Bingo and Kurkure, you will be able to tell me. But if I give you in one glass नंदिनी मिल्क, ब्लाइंड भी नहीं किया, आपको कुछ बताया नहीं, सिर्फ मैं पीछे से एक में नंदिनी एक में अमूल डाला, बोला बताओ कौन सा है. You cannot tell. And if you tell, it's all by fluke. 50% correct हो ही सकता है, mathematical probability. All right, clear. So now you can easily jump from one brand to another. बोला आके नंदिनी ने क्या, अमूल दे दो, कोई बात नहीं, लेके जाएगा भाई. अमूल बटर नहीं है, कोई और बटर दे दो, चलेगा. बटर इज बटर. यू वेंट टू बाई टमेटोज, बोला ये टमेटो नहीं, दूसरा टमेटो, ऑर्गेनिक टमेटो दे, भाई लेके चला जाएगा. यू वेंट टू बाई मैंगोज, you you like one breed of mangoes, that breed is not available, another is available, will you take it? Most of the time will take it. Very rarely people will say, there are people, they are crazy people all everywhere in the world, मैं तो सिर्फ अल्फांसो खाता है, मत खाओ. So now common people will say no. So it means you can easily jump from one brand to another. So your response is on a higher side. So E will be greater than 1. But what if two commodities are perfect substitute? Don't you think your response will become even higher? सो अभी ई ग्रेटर देन 1 से क्या हायर हो सकता है? 2 4 10 15 20 हो सकता है, उससे भी हाई. इफ आई से उससे भी हाई, उससे भी हाई, इन्फिनिट हो जाएगा. सो व्हेन, फर्स्ट ऑफ ऑल, perfect substitute do not exist, but it's an ideal construct. But when two commodities are perfectly perfect substitute, so it means it doesn't matter whether you consume x or y, 10 units of x, 5 units of y, or vice versa, or 15 units of x or 15 units of y, your satisfaction exactly remains same. So when two goods are perfect substitute, you can infinitely replace one with another, and the cross elasticity of demand between them will become infinite. Clear? So, and last one, what if two commodities are completely unrelated? Hmm? You went to buy Amul milk, the person says Amul milk to nahi hai, hair oil le jao. Will you buy it? The answer is no. You went to buy bread, you will say bread nahi hai, DVD chalega kya? They gave one question there. So what is the cross elasticity of demand between bread and DVD? Nothing. कभी करो, मॉम बोला ब्रेड लेके जाओ, तो बोला मैम 2 ब्रेड्स की जगह मैं 1 ब्रेड 1 डीवीडी लाया. Your mom will tell you नहीं बेटा, सीए नहीं बनने का, भी छोड़ दो, चलो निमस चल के आते हैं. So correct. Alright, clear है. Now let's continue with regard to supply. Huh? 2 minutes of breather. Okay, 2 minutes of breather you can take. Okay, 2 minutes of breather you can take. 2 minutes of breather, everyone. Take 5 minutes, no problem. 2 minutes, nothing. Sorry? Durable? अच्छा, durable, not durable. I'll tell. Sorry, for last SG infra. Acha. Ah, you can hold it for long. No problem. You have not booked profit. It went up to 1600 volt. Come down. Hmm? Now 1000 hours. Still, it is 25% higher. I think I've mentioned it at around 1100 something. No, no, buy price at what price I had mentioned? 1190 around. So it means 1200. 1200 to 1500 it is. So that will be again 20, 22, 23% up on anyways. How much did you buy? Four. No problem. Four also, if you bought four, then it will be 1000 rupees of profit. 600 rupees down. Profit booking will come, no? You could have booked at 1600, bought again at 1400. You could have done that. Right. Shall we continue? Okay. All right. So let's continue. Supply. So first of all, remember production is not always equals to supply. Neither stock equals to supply. Because I may have produced 1 million unit, but the market price has fallen down. So I may prefer to hold the stock and not make it available for sale. So I will only sell that money stock that will help me cover some of my expenses. So in this case, production is not equal to supply. But if I produce some, let's say 1 million unit, I was willing to sell at 20 rupees per unit and the market price is 20 rupees or more, then I will sell everything. I'll offer for sell everything. So in that case, production is equal to supply. Likewise, stock. Stock is available for me with me. But is it available for sale? If the price is right, yes, then in that case, stock equals to supply. If the price is not right, the answer is no. So if they give you production equals to supply, stock equals to supply, the answer is no, not necessarily. Then what is supply? Supply is goods which are offered for sale or made available for sale or stocks which are offered for sale or what the sellers are planning to sell at a particular price during a particular point in time. Again, when the price changes, the willingness of the seller will also change because his profitability may increase or decrease. What does the law of supply says? Law of supply says that there is a direct or a positive relation between price and quantity supplied, meaning if people are willing to pay a higher price, I will increase the quantity supplied because it is going to improve my profit. And if the price is falling down, it means demand is falling down. People are willing to pay less money. Then I will decrease my quantity supplied. All right, I'll decrease the quantity supplied. Now, the law of supply. So that's why when you plot the supply curve, it will have a direct relation between price and quantity demanded. Remember, here also ceteris paribus said. It means when you're talking about the law of supply, you're talking about price and quantity supplied of the same commodity holding all other factors constant. Now, what could be factors? Tax could be a factor, price of related goods could be a factor, technology, cost of production could be a factor, government taxes and subsidies will be a factor. So all other factors are assumed to remain constant, only the price of the same commodity is changing. So if you have a price here and you have a quantity here, initially the price was P0 and this was your quantity supplied Q0. If price increases from P0 to P1, quantity supplied will also increase from Q0 to Q1. And if price decreases from P0 to P2, then quantity supplied will also decrease from Q0 to Q2. So you get an upward sloping supply curve, which is sloping, remember, upward from left to right. That is was downward from left to right demand. Here upward again, left to right सब में same रहेगा. Right, upward positive slope. So when you solve any problem related to supply, you will not never get a negative answer. Why? Because of direct relation between price and quantity supply. But remember, supply gets here. The law of supply may not work in certain cases. For example, agricultural goods in the short run, the law of supply will not work. You have grown tomatoes. All right, the demand for tomatoes increase. The price of tomato increases by 200%. Can you increase the supply of tomatoes overnight? The answer is no. In the long run, you can meet the supply. In the short run, no. It will also not work out for land. Supply of land is fixed in nature according to Ricardo principle. So, upright or vertical straight line will get in terms of supply curve. And antiques and rare items, the supply of which always is fixed. You cannot have another Mona Lisa painting, another Kohinoor or another Tipu Sultan sword. All right, all these buggers who made it are dead. So, all right, so in that case, it will not work out. But remember, when you're talking about supply, the concept of complementary good do not work out. So here, related goods means I can produce X, I can produce Y. I can produce pen, I can produce pencil, I can produce a T-shirt or whatever. Why the concept of complementary good do not work for supply? Because if I am a buyer of a car, I will have to buy petrol as well. If I'm buying a tea leaf, I'll have to buy milk and sugar as well. But if I'm a seller of tea, do I need to sell sugar also? मारुति गाड़ी बेचता, मारुति का पेट्रोल पंप भी है क्या? नहीं. So it means for a seller, it is not necessary that you have to sell both. For a consumer, you have to buy both. So the concept of complementary, don't get confused, it will never come in the concept of supply. All right. Then what are the factors that can affect supply? If price is one factor. So whenever they ask you a question, keep in mind where is the profit of the seller is going. If you find out that the profit of the seller is increasing, he will always increase quantity supplied because his intention to make more money, profit maximization. So if suppose if price of X is increasing, it means people are willing to pay a higher price. So it means his profit from X will increase. So he will increase the quantity supplied for X. So there is a direct relation in this case. But what if suppose I can sell both X and Y? I can sell both X and Y and demand for Y is increasing. As a result, price of Y is increasing. Don't you think I will prefer to supply more of Y and less of X? Well, sir, why less of X? How can I increase the sale of Y and production of Y if I don't have some amount of spare money? Nobody has unlimited wealth. As a consumer, when you want to buy something, you'll have to sacrifice consumption of something else. ऐसा कभी हुआ कि आप गया है शोरूम में, बोला वॉशिंग मशीन लेगा, एसी लेगा, फिर वहां से जाके गाड़ी भी खरीदेगा, फिर एक घर खरीदेगा, फिर सोना का दुकान से ज्वेलरी. You don't have. It means if you buy a car, you'll not have enough money to buy jewelry for now. Or likewise, in a business, for a businessman, I cannot increase the supply of everything. I don't have infinite amount of money. But if I find out the supply, the demand for X is Y is increasing, and Y I can sell at a higher price, then I'll take out the resources from X and put it in Y. Tomorrow, if the demand for Y X is increasing and X I can sell at a higher price, then I'll take out the resources from Y and put it in X. So what happens when you're talking about related goods here? Related goods here. If suppose price of Y is increasing, then what will happen? X will give relatively less profit than Y. So what you'll do, you will decrease the supply of X. All right. So what is the relation between price of Y and supply of X? Inverse or negative relation. Likewise, you see, my profit can increase if the market price is increasing, but my profit can also increase if my cost of production is decreasing, isn't it? I was producing at 100 rupees, selling at 120, 20 rupees profit. My production cost decreases to 80. Don't you think same market price will give me 40 rupees of profit rather than 20? So what happens here? If suppose your cost of production is decreasing, that it means your profit margin will automatically increase. And where profit margin is increasing, you will increase the supply. So what is the relation between supply and cost of production? Negative relation. If cost of production increases, your profit will decrease. They'll say, sir, if my cost of production increases, why don't you increase the market price? But the thing is, when you increase the market price, don't you think demand will fall down? Market price should automatically increase by pressure exerted by the consumer. Then I should increase the price. If I increase the price just like that, people will not buy. If I'm selling sweet, let's say, and I just like any fine day I increase the price, people will not buy. But if during Diwali people want to buy more laddus and people demand is pushing up the market price, then I can increase the price of laddus and the demand will not fall down. So for a seller, he will take his cue from the market, whether the market is willing to pay higher price for that product or not. And only then he will increase the price. And this is how every business works. You have a hotel in Goa. Try to charge a very high price in the month of May, June, July, wherein even 20% of the tourists are only going. All right. Out of 100 rooms in your hotel, only 20 people are going to book the room. उसमें भी आप प्राइस इंक्रीज करेगा क्या होगा वो भी भाग जाएंगे. But in the month of December, you have 100 rooms, 5,000 people are trying to book the room. You increase करेगा price. Even if 2,000 goes away, doesn't matter. I have 100 rooms, still 3,000 people are trying to book. I will go on increasing the price. So you will only increase the price when people are willing to pay a high price. So here, if the cost of production increases and you increase the price and people are not willing to pay the price, then the demand will fall down and you will incur losses. So increase in cost of production will lead to decrease in supply. Likewise, related to cost of production, what is known as advanced technology. What advanced technology does? Due to advanced technology, don't you think your efficiency will increase? Efficiency increases, it means cost of production will decrease. Automatically, your profit will increase. So, what you'll do? You will increase the supply. So, what is the relation between advanced technology and supply? Direct or positive relation. Then comes taxes. Do you think government takes permission for you to, before it increases the tax? The answer is no. Government is not going to take permission. So when government is increasing the taxes, don't you think there will be increased burden on consumer? And when there is increased burden on consumer, what the consumer will do? Consumer will decrease the quantity demanded. And when the quantity demanded is decreasing, don't you think the profit of the seller will also decrease? And when the profit is decreasing, you are going to decrease the supply. So it means taxes have inverse relationship to supply. Higher taxes, less supply. Lower taxes, more supply. Higher taxes, less supply, more and lower taxes. तो क्या बोलना है? Higher taxes, less supply, lower taxes, more supply. Oh, subsidies. Subsidy is the opposite of tax. When the government is giving subsidy, then consumers will have to pay the same price. I mean, consumer have to pay a lower price. Sellers will have to charge the same price. Now, previously, seller was taking all 100 rupees from you. Now, the government says to the seller, you charge only 80 from the consumer, 20 take from me. But for the consumer, the price is falling down. So what happens if there is an increase in subsidy, then market price will fall down. Seller is charging the same price, but for the consumer, the price is going to fall down. As a result, don't you think quantity demanded will increase? And when quantity demanded increases, it means profit of the seller increases. And when profit is increasing, he will increase the supply. So there is a direct or positive relation between supply and subsidies. Clear? Right. I've told you na full trap will happen in the market today. सबका stop loss खाया निफ्टी आज. Those who are not hedged. So now elasticity of supply, same thing. Again, the concept of supply, in the concept of supply, expansion and contraction and movement of the supply curve, same logic you will apply. Only thing is that when there is a change in the price of the same commodity, we call it change in quantity supplied, just like change in quantity demanded. But when there is a change in other factors like taxes, subsidies, technology, and everything, there'll be a rightward or leftward shift. You have to be careful with regard to expansion and contraction, because in this case, there is a upward sloping curve. So what happens here? If suppose this is the price and this is the quantity and this is your supply curve. All right. Now, initially, here is the price P0 and here was quantity supplied. Now, what happens? Price increases from P0 to P1. Now, remind it, this is your point A now. And when the price increases from P0 to P1, it means quantity supplied will also increase from Q0 to Q1. So, you're moving from point A to B. So, this is your expansion. Now, remember, in case of demand curve, when price increased, then also you moved up the slope. But their movement up the slope this way led to decrease in quantity demanded. But this is a positively sloped curve. In this case, price is increasing, again you are moving up the slope, but demand में ऐसे move किया, supply में ऐसे move कर रहा है. It means you are going further away from the on the x axis. So in this case, the quantity demanded will increase. All right. Now, if suppose the price falls down from P0 to P1, sorry, P2, P0 to P2, you see quantity supplied will also fall down from Q0 to Q2. So A to C, now you have contraction. Now remember, when the price decreased in case of supply, what happened? You move down on the slope. Here the price is decreasing. What is happening? You're moving down on the slope. But their movement down on the slope led to expansion. Here movement down on the slope will lead to contraction. You have to be very, very careful with this. All right. Now again, with regard to the shifting of the curve, there is no difference. With regard to shifting of the curve, there is no difference at all. Provide an overview of the topics you'll cover. My God. All right. Now, when you're talking about supply curve, shifting of the supply curve, price and quantity. This is your supply curve. All right. Now understand, this is your price line initially, not the supply curve. Now, initially, this was your supply and this was your quantity. This is your quantity, supply, and this is your price. Now, when there was a rightward shift in the demand curve, it led to increase in demand. In this case, when there is a rightward shift in the supply curve, it will do the same. There will be increase in supply. So understand, when you are talking about expansion and contraction, the movement will be different. There, demand may price increase, you move up the slope, and that led to what? Contraction. In case of supply, price increased, again you move up the slope, but here expansion. There, demand price decreased, you move down the slope, expansion, increase in quantity demanded. And here price decrease, again you move down the slope, but it is contraction. But in case of shifting of the curve, only difference is, rather than drawing a demand curve like this, we are drawing the supply curve like this. So it means a right shift will always lead to increase in supply, and a left shift will always lead to decrease in supply. Just like rightward shift in demand will lead to increase in demand, leftward shift will lead to decrease in demand. Clear? Hai? Alright. And how it happens? Due to factors other than price. Let's say cost of production for this commodity, this is for X, good X. Cost of production increases. What will happen? Price remains same, but leftward shift will happen. Cost of production decreases, rightward shift will happen. This is the supply curve for good X. Price of Y decreases. Then what will happen in this case? Price of Y decreases, Y will give less profit. Automatically X will give more profit. So क्या होगा? Rightward shift will happen. If price of Y increases, X remains same. Y is giving more profit. Then what will happen? Leftward shift in the supply curve will happen. Alright. Now when you come to elasticity of demand, the methods are same. The formula is also same. Only in case of this outlay method is not there because we don't call it expenditure of the seller. We call it cost for the seller. That will be covering in the cost concept. Clear? So elasticity will be same. E equals to 1, E more than 1, E less than 1, E equals to 0, and E will be infinite. And the diagram only will be a positive or a negative slope. Sorry, positive in the sense either you will have more response on the quantity side or more response on the price side, but all the diagram will be positively sloped. So here if you take this same, I'll just draw two diagrams, that'll be fine. So price hai, quantity hai. Now this was the price and this was the quantity supplied Q0. Now if the price increases, let's say by this margin, let's say by 20%, quantity supplied also increases more or less by 20%, Q1. So you see the area covered by this box and the area covered by this box, response of the seller and change in price. Area is same. So only difference is you'll get an upward sloping supply curve. But when price increases in greater proportion, same thing. If this is your price, all right, E is greater than 1. Now, if suppose this is your price P0 and this is quantity supplied Q0, in this case, if price increases, let's say from P0 to P1, quantity supplied may increase by a relatively bigger margin. And again, you see whether it's the demand curve or supply curve. If the elasticity is increasing, demand curve will become like this, horizontal. Supply curve will also, only thing is ये इस तरफ गिरेगा, and again this will also become more and more horizontal. So again you can see here this is the response of the seller, wherein this is the change in price. Likewise, E less than 1, you can assume. In case of E equals to 0, again you will get straight line supply curve. So in this case what happens? Quantity है ये, price increase or price decrease, the supply do not change. Supply of land, supply of antiques, supply of agriculture perishable goods in the short run, they will all have a straight line supply curve, because price increases or decreases, neither you can increase the quantity supplied nor you can decrease the quantity supplied. And when E is, it means here you don't have any response of the seller even though there is a change in price. All right. And it means it will just look like the demand curve, but it is the supply curve. So again, here you have a price and you have a quantity, and this is your supply curve. So in this case, what is happening? Here again, price is, let's say, initially was here, quantity was here. Quantity is increasing Q0 to Q1, or quantity is decreasing Q0 to Q2. But price is not the factor. Price is not the factor. It could be due to factors other than price. This is the supply curve for air conditioner. Summer आ गया, supply बढ़ गया. Summer चला गया, supply घट गया, and so on, so forth. So horizontal straight line. Now in case of point and arc method, Arc method same. When there is a big change, you will use arc method. Small change, you'll use proportionate method or point method, depending on the nature of the problem that they give you. But the formula for arc method is again the same. That is Q0 minus Q1 divided by Q0 plus Q1 into P0 plus P1, P0 minus P1. That is the formula. And you'll not get a negative answer, you'll get a positive answer. You had asked me about durable goods. Somebody had asked me. कौन पूछा था? Durable. See, dear, I'll forget. That's why I got. Uh, Durable goods have durability. All right. It means it has longevity. When you buy a durable goods, you are going to use it for a very, very long period of time, multiple times. A television you bought, you're not going to watch one movie and throw it away another movie. Bahubali 1 एक में देखा, Bahubali 2 दूसरे में देखेगा. No, you're going to use the TV for a very long period of time. Air conditioner, every day you are using it multiple times. But non-durable goods, you cannot use more than once. You bought a perfume, you spray once. Now, the unused part in the perfume bottle you can use, but the one that has come out, can you reuse it? No. आप potato chips खाया, जो खा गया वो चला गया. Can you get it back? No. Next morning maybe. So you cannot get it back. So only you can consume which you have not yet consumed. That is in what is there in the packet. So you can only consume once. That is the difference, right? Now, point method. Under point method, again, the change is very small. You will use point method. But in this case, they can ask you to solve a problem given a supply function. So if I have to find out elasticity supply using point method, the formula will be dq by dp into p by q. Sometimes they ask you what is dq by dp. So this dq by dp is or refer, or you can say shows differentiation of quantity with respect to price. Why not the other way around? Because the law of supply doesn't say change in price due to change in quantity supplied. It says change in quantity supplied due to change in price. So you differentiate quantity with respect to price. Just like in calculus, you would do dy by dx. All right. You are differentiating y with respect to x. All right. So here they will have to give you three things, or maybe two things, third thing you have to find out, and you can easily. So what is the basic formula for differentiation? It will be nx to the power n minus 1. Yeah. Now let's suppose if I give you x cubed, sorry, x cube, then here n is 3. All right. So the formula is nx to the power n minus. It means n will go down and gets multiplied with x. So that will become 3x to the power n minus 1. That is 3 minus 1. So the differentiated value of x cube will be 3x square. I can differentiate this further again. Now the value of n is equals to 2. N goes and gets multiplied with 3x. It will become 3x to the power n minus 1. So sorry, it will become 6x, 2 multiplied by 3x, and 2 minus 1. So it means differentiated value will be 6x. Of course, to the power 1, but we don't write anything to the power 1. Let's say, for example, for your sake, I'll write it. Now here, n is equals to 1. Correct? So this can also be differentiated. Now n will come down and gets multiplied with 6. So that will become 6x. N minus 1, that is 1 minus 1 is 0. Anything to the power 0 is equals to 1. So it means 6 multiplied by 1 equals to 6. Now any positive or negative constant, if you differentiate, it will become 0. You cannot differentiate it. So now if they give you the question, they will give you one supply function. They'll give you the value of p. By putting the value of q in the p in the supply function, you can find out the value of q. And then you have to differentiate the supply function to get the value of dq by dp. Let's say if they give you supply function given is let's say uh, q equals to mm, 10 plus 25p, let's say, where p equals to rupees 2. Find out the elasticity of supply using point method, if they tell you. So you have to know three things in the supply function to find out what is your dq by dp. ये पहले find out करने का. What is your p? You have to find out this. And what is your q? You have to find out this. Now p is already given as rupees 2. So no problem. Don't you think if I put the value of p in the equation 10 plus 25 into p, so p का value कितना है? 2. So I'll get the value of p as q as 60. So q मिल गया आपको, p आपको दिया. Now you have to find out dq by dp. So in this case, I have to differentiate this function. So dq by dp क्या होगा? This 10, don't you think if I differentiate becomes 0? And 25p, if I would have written 25x, then what will be the differentiated value of 25x? It means x to the power 1 है. इसका मतलब n value is equals to 1, correct? N value is equals to 1. So 1 gets multiplied, it will become 25x to the power n minus 1. 1 minus 1 is 0. So it means 25 multiplied by 1, you used to have 25. So you have plus 25 here. 25p का p हो गया, 25 हो गया. So dq by dp, you've got 25. Now they will not give you anything to the power. Why it will not give you? Why can't give you the equation q equals to 10 plus 25p square? हाँ भाई, p स्क्वायर में क्यों बोलेगा? 625 नहीं बोल देगा मैं? Hmm? Have you gone to any shop and purchased an item and you ask the price, what is the price? You'll say 10 square. 100 rupees है. Alright. क्या प्राइस है? 10 क्यूब, 1000 rupees है. People will go crazy. Alright. So you got the value of dq by dp. Now if I put it in the thing to find out the answer, dq by dp is 25 into p का value कितना था? 2 divided by q का value कितना निकाला? 60, and you will get your answer here. Alright. Now easy way, you can forget nx to the power n minus 1. Simply understand, if I give you any supply function, let's say if I give you given supply function is q is 5, let's say 10 plus 70p, then dq by dp equals to 70. If I give you q minus 20 plus 3p, then the value of dq by dp is equals to 3. It means whatever is with p, that is the value of dq by dp. Khatam. Easy. That's better. Better. That's better. Clear. So things becomes easier. So let's just, because they always ask one question, if suppose if I give you a supply function given q equals to 15 plus 5p, where p equals to rupees, let's say 10. Find out supply function, elastic supply using the point method. So first of all, elastic supply मेरे को find करने का dq by dp. What is dq by dp? 5 into p कितना है? 10. q का क्या होगा? 10 into 5, 50. 50 plus 15, that will be 65. खत्म हो गया. 20 seconds you can solve the problem. Whatever the value comes, you can do it. Clear? E more than 1, less than 1, whatever. Alright. Now supply is over. Just hold on to exits. Market has created a trap for everybody, not for the people who have hedged the market. All right. That's it. All right. So now equilibrium. Now remember, equilibrium is a situation or a market condition. It could be for the entire market that we'll study in your national income. That is chapter 7, chapter 6, sorry. Or it could be because we'll give uh, from chapter 6 onwards is something that is new in your syllabus. All right, national income and everything. So you have to focus more on those as well. Right. So let's say equilibrium can be for a product as well. The market is said to be at equilibrium when the demand is exactly equal to supply. Now, how is it possible that demand is exactly equal to supply? It will happen, but it will not remain like this forever. What happens this year? The market is like a seesaw. Even a seesaw, it doesn't matter what is the weight of the guy sitting on to either of the end. Sometimes they will go up, sometimes this will go down. All right. But when the interchange happens, the seesaw will be on a level plane. At that point in time, the force exerted on both the side are equalized. If there is no displacement in the force, then they will remain stuck at that point. But that is not possible. They will continue to move and up and down. So what will happen here? In a free market economy, the concept of equilibrium will work. So sometimes new seller will enter the market. They fight against each other. Oversupply happens, and when the supply is more than demand, everybody will have unsold stock. And when they have unsold stock, they will have to give discount to increase demand. Now, when they are giving discount, it means the market price is falling. So as the market price falls, the quantity demanded begins to rise. But businesses had unsold stock and that's why they had to give discount. So they will decrease the supply or increase the supply. They will decrease the supply. Law also says when they are decreasing the price, the quantity demanded is increasing. But they have to decrease the price, so quantity supplied will fall. So here the demand is rising, but supply is falling. Before the interchange happens, shift happens. Don't you think they will be at equilibrium? And then the shift happens. Now, when the shift is done, what will happen? Now the demand is increased to a disproportionately high level, supply is lesser. So, what will happen? There is an opportunity for the seller to exploit the consumer now. Whatever they are producing, it being sold. They will increase the price. When they increase the price, demand will fall down, no problem. But still, whatever they produce being sold because still demand is higher than price. New sellers will continue to enter the market because the market is rising now. And the supply will continue to happen more and more because the price is also rising. But the demand is falling down. Again, before the demand crosses supply, at some point, just like a seesaw, they'll be on a level plane and then the shift happens again. So the market will always continuously move up and down. Either the demand, because consumers are also competing. How the consumers are competing? Because let's say a movie is released, there is only total number of seats in all the multiplex in Bangalore is let's say 50,000. But 1 lakh people are trying to book the ticket. Are the people not competing to fight for that 50,000 seats? The sellers will increase the price. When people are competing, consumers are competing, the price will go up. But when sellers are competing, the price will always go down. Either it's a seller's win or it's a buyer's win. All right. So, how can I put this information in a diagram? Let's say, and very important here, both sides law of demand and supply will work out. So here is your price and here is the quantity. Now on the x-axis we are taking both quantity demanded and quantity supplied. So this is your supply curve and this is your demand curve. This is the equilibrium price. This is the equilibrium quantity, because here is the equilibrium. Why? Because intersection between demand and supply curve. Now when more and more sellers enter the market, the price will continue to fall down. Now remember, here at point E, we have both quantity demanded and supply. This Q represents both quantity demanded and quantity supplied. Now the competition among the sellers will start to push the price down. P0 to P1 price slowly will come down. What will happen? What happens when price falls down? We move down on the slope of demand curve and we move down on the slope of supply curve. Moving down on the slope of demand curve पे मैं नीचे गिर रहा है. Demand is increasing. Supply curve पे मैं नीचे गिर रहा है. Supply is decreasing. So now if I suppose take a line here and extend it, it will hit the supply curve here. So this is your QSS0 because from price 0 we've got it. Quantity supplied has fallen down from point E to point, this particular point, let's say point uh, S ले लो or S0 ले लो, and when I further extend it, it will hit the demand curve over here, QDD0. Now what has happened here? D0 ले लो. Demand was here. With the fall in price, I have fallen down on the demand curve and quantity demanded is increased. So यहाँ पर expansion हुआ, यहाँ पर contraction हुआ. Because that's what happens. Price increases, quantity demanded will increase, quantity supplied will decrease. There is a mismatch between demand and supply. There is excess demand over supply at a lower price. Both law of demand and law of supply is observed here. All right. So if I compare QDD0 and QSS0, there is excess demand over supply that happens at a lower price. When this happens, the seller find out that whatever they are producing is being sold. So they will slowly start to begin to increase the price. As the price rises, what will happen? You move up on the slope of the demand curve, contraction हो रहा है. But when the price is increasing, you move up on the slope of supply curve. It means expansion हो रहा है. So it means what happens? If suppose at P2 or P1, if I extend this line, so what has happened? You see, quantity demanded has fallen down from where? From this point to this point. You moved up on the slope of the demand curve with the rising price, quantity demand, law of demand. So this is your QDD1. And what happens to quantity supplied? When I extend this line from this point to this point, what happens here? This is your QSS1. So quantity supplied has decreased, that is increased, sorry, when you have moved up on the slope of the supply curve, causing expansion. So now at a higher price, there is excess supply over demand, and again the sellers will have to reduce the price. So remember, whenever there is more demand than supply, the pressure on the price will be upward, because whatever the sellers are producing, buyers are buying, gobbling up just like that. So they will increase the supply and increase the price. But when supply is more than demand, there will be always downward pressure on the price, and the price will tend to always fall down. Clear hai? All right. Now let me finish off the shifting of the curve, then you can take another break for half an hour. What's the time now? Okay, take it. Now, in this case, we look at shifting of the curve, and a hell lot of questions are asked from here as well. Now, what happens here is that in this case, they can mention either demand is increasing and supply remaining constant, or supply is increasing, demand remaining constant, or they both are increasing. So they will frame the question like other things remaining constant. If there is an increase in demand, then what will happen? So let's say if I take the situation, if suppose demand is increasing and supply, there are other things remaining constant, then what happens to price? Just simply let me write it as price. And what happens to quantity? In this case, you will find that both quantity and price will increase. How? You see, this is your supply, this is your demand, equilibrium price, equilibrium quantity, and rightward shift in the demand curve. Right, what has happened? Shift demand curve here. So what happens? It will hit. So when the demand curve has moved, find out where does it hit the old supply curve. When the supply curve moves, find out where it hit the old demand curve. So when I drop down a line here, quantity is increasing and price is also increasing. So that's why we have mentioned price and quantity, they both increase. I have to write a different place. So, and of course, the other way around, vice versa. If suppose, if I say that 2, demand decreases and supply remains constant, what happens to price and what happens to quantity? you'll find price will decrease, quantity will decrease. Again, same logic you can apply. So this time, what you'll have to do is this is your supply curve, this is your demand curve, this is your equilibrium price and equilibrium quantity. All right. Now, demand is decreasing. It means demand decreasing, leftward shift. So, left shift happened in the demand curve. So, it hits the supply curve over here. You see quantity is decreasing and price will also decreasing. Now, that, what if I mention that third case, supply is increasing, demand remaining constant, or supply is decreasing, demand remaining constant. You'll find when the supply is increasing, then price will decrease and quantity will increase. When the supply is decreasing, then price will increase and quantity will decrease. अभी कैसे देख लो. So if suppose take this one only. For take this one only. Now I'll draw another one. Now it has come. So now what I'm saying, supply decreases. So now I will move the supply curve here. So supply has decreased, leftward shift SS1. Where does it hit the demand curve? Over here. So what happened to the price? The price has increased and the quantity has decreased. If the supply would have increased, then rightward shift in the supply curve. What happens? It hits the demand curve over here. You see quantity is increasing, but price is decreasing. So that's what we have seen here. But many a time they ask you the question also that demand is increasing and supply is also increasing. In this case, you'll have three situations. Demand increases, increase in demand is equals to increase in supply. Demand increases and increase in demand is more than increase in supply. And demand increases, but increase in supply is more than increase in demand. You'll find in this case, price will remain constant and quantity will increase. Quantity, remember, either demand increases or supply increases or both increase. कोई एक भी increase करेगा, quantity will always increase. All right. So in all the cases, you will find quantity will increase and quantity will increase. But in this case, what will happen? Price will also increase, and in this case, price will decrease. So let's take check here. Let's say here I take supply, I'll take demand, equilibrium price, equilibrium quantity. Now let's say supply increases by let's say 30%. Supply curve shift to the right. If I increase the demand also by 30%, same margin, demand is increasing. So you'll find now when both the demand and the supply curve they shift, find out where does the new demand curve and where does the new supply curve they intersect. You'll see price remains constant but quantity is increasing. But if suppose I say that increase in demand is more than increase in supply. So let's say increase the demand by this margin 40%, increase the supply by a smaller margin. So you'll find price is increasing and quantity is also increasing. All right. And if I say that supply is increasing more than demand. Now if I increase the supply, let's say by 40% and increase the demand just by 20%. So what happens now? Quantity is again increasing, but the price is decreasing. All right. Next, seventh one. So if they ask you a question, both demand and supply increases, but they have not mentioned by what margin one is increasing. You cannot assume equal to or more than or less than. You have to choose the option that says quantity will increase, price cannot be determined. All right. Yes. Price increase, decrease, or may fall. So other round, same thing. If demand is decreasing and decrease in demand is equal to decrease in supply, or demand is decreasing more than decrease in supply, or demand is decreasing and decrease in demand is less than decrease in supply is decreasing more. So remember again, in all these cases quantity will decrease, quantity will decrease. But in this case what happens? Price will remain constant. Here demand is decreasing more, so price will fall down. Here supply is decreasing more, so price will increase. All right, easy way out, you can find out. Sometimes they also ask you that 11th one, demand is perfectly elastic and and number 1, supply increases, number 2, supply decreases. What happens to price and what happens to quantity? Here what happens to price and what happens to quantity? Now demand is perfectly elastic. If demand is perfectly elastic, it means this is your demand curve, this is your price. But can I determine what quantity is there? No. For that, I have to draw the supply curve. So this is your supply curve, SS0. So you know now this is your quantity. Now, if supply will increase, it means rightward shift in the supply curve, correct? Rightward shift SS1. So what happens? Quantity is increasing, price is same. If supply decreases, then SS2 again. So supply is decreasing, leftward shift, price again remains same, quantity decreases. So in this case, quantity price will remain constant in both the cases. Supply increases, quantity will increase, supply decreases, quantity will decrease. Clear hai?
Yes, sir.
So that finishes your concept of supply. So we'll quickly cover up the theory of consumer behavior and move on to the production concept in the third chapter today itself. Right? Take a break. So I'll begin at 3:40. It is 15:40, no? So 4:10. 4:10 I'll begin. 4:10, half an hour break. Class will go till 5:30 there. Today we lost half an hour. From tomorrow it will be 10:30 to 5:30. All right? Two half an hour of break in between.
You would really.
Sit down, sit down, sit down, sit down. Sit down, Ahmed.
I have appointment.
All right. Online students, are you able to hear me clearly? Please reply. Are you able to hear me clearly? All right. Now, the last topic of this particular chapter, chapter 2. Chapter 2 is one of the lengthiest chapter, that is theory of consumer behavior. Now, understand theory of consumer behavior. Theory of consumer behavior revolves around utility. Now, utility has got nothing to with the usefulness of the commodity. So, if suppose they give you in the option, utility can be defined as usefulness of the commodity, the answer will be no. All right. Then why? Because even socially harmful goods like cigarette, alcohol, drugs will give you utility. All right. So you ask the person who is consuming it, is it harmful? They'll say no, but it is harmful. So utility is with regard to the want satisfying power of any commodity. If you are eating dust, it gives you satisfaction, it has utility for you. As simple as that. Right. So want satisfying power of any commodity is known as utility. Anything, if I think that this commodity has the potential to satisfy my desire, that has utility. If it doesn't have utility for me. As simple as that. Now, utility can be divided, categorized into three parts. One is form utility. Now, what is form utility? Form utility, FORM. You see, every commodity in its crude form may not be useful to you, may not have utility for you. You want a furniture, I cut down a tree trunk and give it to you. Are you a carpenter? The answer is no. But a company who specializes in making furniture, it can convert it into a bed, a chair, or table, or whatever. So, what that company is doing is adding or creating utility. Now, remember, men cannot create matter. Don't ask me, women can create matter. Men means human beings. Men cannot create matter. It means humans cannot create matter, they can only create or add utility. So, under form utility, a company or a business converts the intermediate good into a final product. What is an intermediate good? Intermediate goods, raw material. All right, converts or transforms it into a finished product that you can use. Right, plastic is useless for you if you want to buy a toy. Company converting the plastic into toy is converting the intermediate good, that is plastic, into a final product. Then you have place utility. Now there is a misconception that production is only when tangible goods are produced. If Hindustan Unilever is producing shampoo, that is creating utility. But there is a distributor who is buying this shampoo and making it available to the wholesaler, then to the retailer, and retailer is making it available to the final consumer. They are not producing any tangible good, but without them, you will not be able to have access to that good. It's not possible for you to buy everything going to the factory. So they are creating place utility. They are also doing production, but production of services. So they are creating Amazon. Does it do? It brings the good to your place of convenience. So it is also adding place utility. Then in both demand and supply, we have referred time. When the goods are demanded, it must be made available at that particular point in time when it's demanded. If you have a shop and every time somebody comes and says stock nahi, he'll stop coming to your shop. All right. So when the goods are made available to anybody, any consumer at that time when they are demanded, then that particular business who is making it available to you at that time is said to be adding or creating time utility. All right. Now, utility can be understood from two perspectives. That is, either it could be a cardinal approach or ordinal approach. What is the difference? And which is better? Sometimes they ask you what is better. Now, under cardinal approach, we say that utility can be measured and quantified. But the ordinal school of thought that says not possible. You can know whether you are getting more satisfaction or less satisfaction, but you cannot quantify how much more. If suppose you ask me, sir, do you like tea or coffee? I say I like tea. You cannot go against me and say, no, sir, you're lying. Why will I lie? All right, will you give me money if I lie? If I ask you, so I know what I like, why? There'll be somebody else will say coffee. So, okay, no problem. It means I'm ranking the goods. I'm approaching it through ordinal approach. But if you ask me the next question, sir, tell me how much do you like tea more than coffee? Do you like tea 20% more than coffee 30? अभी क्या मीटर लगा है क्या? अभी tea पिया 100 points, coffee पिया 50 points. So I like tea 100% more than coffee. The answer is no. So nobody, you can only say that whether you are more satisfied consuming a commodity or less satisfied. But you cannot say how much more or how much less. Can you tell me? The answer is no. If I ask you, do you like pizza? Well, yes. Or do you like burger? Well, sir, I like pizza. Well, ठीक है. No problem. If I ask you, tell me, consume one pizza and then after that consume one burger and tell me what is extra satisfaction that you've got from pizza. Let's say you say, sir, I've got 20% extra satisfaction. I'll say, prove करके दिखाओ. Will you be able to prove it? You cannot prove how much more you like any commodity yourself. How can you prove it to me? So that's why we say ordinal is better. We can easily and correctly say that I like this the more than this. How much more than this? Nobody can say. So utility under cardinal approach is measured in terms of utils. And under the cardinal approach, the uh, credit for most of the theories has gone to Alfred Marshall. Whereas under ordinal approach, sometimes they ask you the name as well. It has been given to Hicks and Allen. Alright, two individuals here, one individual. Right. Under cardinal approach, we study about the most important theory, that is law of diminishing marginal utility. Whereas under ordinal approach, we study about iso utility analysis, which is also known as indifference curve analysis. Alright. Now let's understand the law of diminishing marginal utility. Understand marginal. The word marginal, what does marginal indicate? Marginal is always means a change of one. Now, if I am consuming one additional unit of any commodity, what is the additional satisfaction derived from that additional unit will give us marginal utility. All right. And we know why do we say diminishing marginal utility? Because it doesn't matter how much you like any commodity, as you go on consistently consuming one after another without any break, of course, then every other unit will give you lesser and lesser satisfaction. It is human nature. That's why it has been generalized. You are very thirsty and you love thumbs up. Let's say I'll give you small bottle of thumbs up. You'll have one small bottle. I said, are you satisfied? Brother, sir, heavenly. Are you still thirsty? He'll say, yes. Do you want another one? I'll give you another one. Another one you consume, you'll get lesser satisfaction. The commodity is same, but you're getting lesser satisfaction. So, why? Because the first one that you consume, it took care some of your satisfaction. The second one is taking care about the remaining one. Maybe not completely, but remaining one. Then you will consume third bottle. It'll give you lesser satisfaction. After the fourth bottle, you will belch and say, sir, ho gaya. Now, a rational consumer will not go beyond that when he's totally satisfied. Left to himself. All right, left to himself. But if somebody forces you to consume, ties your hand, no, you have been asking for cold drink, abhi muh mein dal ke cold drink pee. It will create a negative satisfaction. MU will become negative. Also remember, total of anything is a summation of its marginal. It means if I want to calculate total utility, I have to simply add the marginal utility. So as we go on consuming, the total utility will increase because marginal utility is adding to it. So if suppose if this is your quantity consumed and this is the marginal utility, this is the total utility. First unit you consume, you got 10 utils, provided you can measure. This is where the theory goes wrong. But doesn't mean that everything is wrong in this theory. If you ask me, sir, how do you know 10 utils? It could be 11. We'll say, no, it's 10. Sir, proof. Nobody can prove. So let's assume 10 utils. PU is 10. The second unit you consume, it will give you lesser satisfaction. That is denoted by the marginal utility. So it will fall down to 8. Now, what is total? 10 plus 8, you'll get 18. Third one you consume will get less. So here 24. Fourth one you consume, you'll get even less, 28. Fifth one you consume, you'll get even less, 30. Sixth one you consume, you will, it's 0. So now it will remain 30. Alright. Now a rational consumer should stop at this point. Wherein your total utility is maximum, marginal utility is 0. It is known as the point of saturation. Saturation means you have saturated your desire. It doesn't, the commodity doesn't hold any kind of satisfaction for you at that point in time. Not forever, but at that point in time. But if you are irrational or you are force fed, when you are married, you go to your in-laws place and they will feed you like a, as if like a gorilla. All right. बेटा और एक रोटी खा लो, बेटा और एक रोटी खा लो. In your mind you will sit, पागल हो गया बुड्ढा. So you will get a negative satisfaction. And we know TU is nothing but summation of MU. So when we are adding a negative value to TU, will TU increase? TU will decrease. Now understand one thing. MU is falling, but even though it is falling, it is adding positive value. So it means till the time MU is positive, TU will continue to fall, continue to rise. Alright. When I plot this into a diagram, what you'll get here is along the y-axis there is utility and x-axis quantity consumed. Now understand the total utility and marginal utility curve will begin from the same point, but it will not touch the y-axis. Why it will not touch the y-axis? If suppose total utility is increasing, if I take it from the y-axis, it means your consumption is 0, still you are getting some utility. Is it possible? No. And that's why it will begin suspended between the x and the y-axis. So we have seen that as you go on consuming more and more, your total utility continues to rise it reaches maximum point, then it falls down. TU हो गया ये. But the marginal utility continues to fall. This is your MU. So you see, TU and MU begin from the same point as in our, you will be constant for some time and then it will fall down. But so you are consuming 1 unit here. The second unit you consume, your MU will fall down. But has it gone below the x-axis? No. So MU is positive. It means यहाँ से यहाँ जो MU है, it will be added to the previous TU and TU will increase. You see, you are getting the TU here. Again, third unit, fourth unit, as you go, MU continues to fall, TU continues to rise. MU continues to fall, TU continues to rise. And eventually, when MU is 0, you see TU is maximum. This is the point where you get what is known as point of saturation. I've given you the diagram and everything is there. Point of saturation is not only the point where TU is maximum, but also the point where MU equals to 0. And beyond this point, if I increase my level of output, this imaginary line, this line, I have drawn to show the same point where TU is maximum, MU is 0. But if I draw another imaginary line showing when TU is falling down, you'll find that MU hits the, yes, negative mark. So a rational consumer should not go beyond this point. Now, 4 questions from where one you will get definitely all the time is that, first of all, we can see when TU is increasing, MU is falling, but MU remains positive. Can I say all the points are mentioned in your quick revision note? Pay attention here now. When TU is increasing, MU is falling, but MU remains positive. When TU is maximum, MU is 0, point of saturation. When TU is falling down, MU becomes negative. TU can never be negative. Alright, total can never be negative, but change in total can be negative. So now here MU becomes negative when TU begins to fall down. Now MU curve is also known as demand curve, very important point. Why MU curve is also known as demand curve? Because demand consists of two things: desire and ability to pay. If I ask you why you desire to buy burger, why you want to consume burger? Because it has utility for you. And as you go on consuming burger, your desire will continue to fall down. It means you will demand the burger till the time MU is positive, but MU is falling down. The moment MU is 0, the desire will cease to exist. For goods that you don't like, MU will be 0 from the beginning. You don't want to consume even 1 unit. So it means it is the marginal utility that creates desire or willingness in consumer's mind. And when the desire is more, higher value of MU, you will desire more. As you go on consuming, desire will come down because MU is falling down. MU 0, desire will cease to exist. Does it happen in everything? Almost everything. Almost everything. You buy a new phone, you will treat it like your baby. All the fascia, back cover, front cover, everything. If it falls down from your hand, you will think that my baby has fallen. Your heart will come. Yes, you will be upset. But after 5, 6, 7 months, 8 months, 10 months, if it falls down, no problem. You will not even check. Play catch, catch. Alright. Human emotion, it also works. When you are in a relationship and you are not married, you can talk on the phone for 2 hours. After marriage, बात करके दिखा दे 10 मिनट फोन पे. Alright. But the thing is, pizza, I can change the brand from Domino's to Pizza Hut Pizza to increase my satisfaction. There, you cannot. Some choices in life you cannot change. Alright. Now remember, there is just joke. That was not an example. Now understand, there are certain cases when we consider MU, I mean, law of diminishing marginal utility as exception to. I mean, there is an exception to most of the laws. One exception, we say that as consumption increases, MU will continue to fall down. But what if MU either remains constant or MU increases with consumption? Don't you think then the violation of law happens? When it happens in case of money and wealth? If I give you 1 gulab jamun, the next one will give you lesser satisfaction. If I give you 1 crore, the next one will give you more satisfaction. यू विल नॉट से नो नो सर, पहला 1 करोड़ मेरे को हैप्पी किया, दूसरा वाला मेरे को कम हैप्पी किया. नो से सर और ज्यादा, जितना ज्यादा दो. दैट्स व्हाई पीपल आफ्टर बिकमिंग रिच दे वांट टू रिमेन रिच एंड दे वांट टू रिमेन, आई मीन बिकम मोर रिचर एंड रिचर. सो पैसा, पैसा के लिए एमयू गिरता नहीं, हमेशा उठता, ऊपर उठ. ऑलराइट. सेकंड थिंग, addictive goods, cigarette, alcohol. Alright, you become chain smoker, you consume liquor. So if you do not stop a person from drinking, he will continue to drink like a fish drinking water, and next morning he will not remember how he came home. All right, you will continue. That's why I say no. When people consume alcohol, there is a change or shift in their personality. पहला पेग में warm up, second peg में my wife is bad. All right, father-in-law is a witch. Which W से रहे. थर्ड पेग में you will start to discuss heavy topic. Inflation क्या है, पॉलिटिक्स, मेरे को नरेंद्र मोदी की जगह प्राइम मिनिस्टर बनाओ, मैं देश को एकदम 2 दिन में अमेरिका जैसा बना देगा. थर्ड पेग. फोर्थ पेग, फिफ्थ पेग, आई फाइंड वेरी, आई मीन generalize what, it doesn't matter where you are from. You are from Bihar, you are from Karnataka, you are a Bengali, doesn't matter. After fourth, fifth, you'll start to speak in English. Whether you know or you don't know the language, no problem. You will start to speak in English. So alcohol makes you learn a language as well. Right. सुना है ना. राइट. अभी कन्नड़ में बात कर रहा था, करते 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 अभी तक चला था बेड़ा बिल्ला बेका इल्ला गोतिल्ला, देन यू नो ड्यूड, सिक्स पैक के बाद. सेम थिंग विद बंगाली. सो नाउ in these cases it will not work. It will also not work in terms of hobbies and passions. All examples are given, exceptions are given. You love to play cricket. Don't you think many times it has happened, you started to play cricket and after 1 hour or so you enjoy even more playing cricket? Correct? So hobbies and passion, it doesn't work out. These are the exception to the law of diminishing marginal utility. Now another one question you will get from an extension of the law of diminishing marginal utility, which is also known as theory of consumer surplus or theory of consumer equilibrium. Is an extension of the same law of diminishing marginal utility. What is a consumer surplus or consumer equilibrium? We say consumer surplus is nothing but a difference between MU and price. Now this MU is what a person is willing to pay, and this price is actually actual price that he pays. So price paid. Now if suppose if I ask you, let's say you want to buy anything, let's say you want to buy a mobile phone, your budget, everything have a budget, your budget is 50,000 rupees. Let's say चल ले ले 20,000 rupees. All right, 20,000 rupees is your budget. Now there are many phones available at 20,000 rupees. You have 10, 15, 20 different models of different companies available. You chose one particular model. If I ask you why you have chosen this, most of the time people will say, sir, value for money. Now it may be value for money for you, for others it may not be. It's very subjective. So why do you say that it has value for money? Because you expect that the satisfaction that I'm going to derive from that, that is the marginal utility, is equal to the price that I'm paying. It means it's worth it. If I ask you, how do you know? You'll not be able to explain. You'll not be able to prove. Well, sir, यही better है मेरे लिए. So, if suppose you went to the showroom and you found out there is 10% discount going on that phone. Now you are willing to pay 20,000. You are willing to pay 20,000 rupees. Shopkeeper tells you, आज का आपका lucky day है. The phone is available only at rupees 18,000. Will it make you happy or will it make you sad? Too happy. Why too happy? Because the thing is simple. The thing is, you are already willing to pay 20,000. It means in your mind, the satisfaction that you're going to derive will be worth 20,000. But you are paying 18,000. So satisfaction you're deriving worth 2,000 rupees more than what you are paying. So you are at a consumer surplus. Consumer surplus. But if suppose the price of the good is same 20,000, no discount given. Still, it will not make you sad. You're willing to pay 20,000. So you are at equilibrium. So a consumer said to be at equilibrium when MU will be equals to price. ये हो गया consumer equilibrium. What you are willing to pay and what you actually pay is the same. Clear. Now consumer deficit concept will never come. Then so you'll say, sir, many a times it so happened I was willing to pay 20,000. I went to the shop, the price was 21,000 and still I bought it. So in this case, I was willing to pay 20,000, correct? But I ended up paying 21,000. So am I not at a deficit? The answer is no. You're still at consumer equilibrium. Why? Reason is simple. Did the shopkeeper force you to buy this phone? Did he take out his gun and say, "Abhi pucha to lene ka"? No. You are choosing to buy the phone out of your own volition voluntarily. Nobody forced you. It means you yourself is increasing the MU of the product to 21,000. And again, you are at equilibrium. Again, you are at equilibrium. It doesn't matter. Right. One student told me long time back, sir, I don't know whether confirmed news or not, that somebody paid 20,000 rupees to buy to buy the ticket black sold out हो गया था for 20,000 rupees to buy to see Bahubali 2 movie. पागल लोग हैं दुनिया में हो सकता है वी आर 150 करोड़ पॉपुलेशन 1% तो पागल होगा राइट हर कंट्री में होगा 1% पागल नॉट ओनली इन इंडिया 1% चाइनीज भी ऑल्सो भी पागल 1% अमेरिकन भी पागल होगा 1% इंडियन भी पागल होगा and that's why people becoming famous on Instagram. What kind of videos they're making? दोस्तों चाय पी लो people are watching. Why क्यों रे? और कोई टाइम नहीं और कोई काम नहीं है लाइफ में. Alright. Do you think if there were not mad people in India, do you think people like Dinchak Puja would have become famous? Huh? Yeah. So people people are going to watch a movie wherein the hero is fighting with a bloody banana. तेलुगु मूवी है. जब मैं कभी मेरे को लगता है कि थोड़ा सा डिप्रेशन आ रहा है मैं तेलुगु और तमिल मूवी देखता हूँ and then it comes to my mind that everything is possible in this world, right? This bugger is killing everybody with a banana. I'm not kidding. You may not have seen it. I don't know whether you've seen it or not. Banana से and people are dying. एक गोली मारने आता बनाना चला के मारता वो मर जाता and basically I'm clapping in my house. Oh awesome, क्या एक्शन है, right? Mission Impossible is nothing before a Telugu movie. All right. So, can you imagine? This bugger is going for a training and is putting his hand under the rail. The train passes over it. He is trying to make his strong hand stronger. So, anyways, people are crazy. Now, nobody made you pay this money. You are increasing. So, it means if somebody had paid 200 rupees sitting next to him, he is also at consumer equilibrium, and this person paid 20,000. He is also at consumer equilibrium. Why? Because he was willing to pay 250 and he paid 250. He was willing to pay 20,000 and he paid 20,000 rupees. The news suna na, there was a person from Gujarat. He bought an Activa and he wanted a special number, premium number RTO से ले सकता है. And the number was 007. James Bond. James Bond का number चाहिए. And he paid 1 lakh rupees for this premium number. Activa से ज्यादा महंगा नंबर है. Can you imagine? Bond on a Activa. So there are people. So for him, 2 lakh rupees Activa, he was willing to pay, he paid. And he is having that. There is a sheikh in Dubai, sheikh लोग पागल है. टॉयलेट बनाया पूरा गोल्ड का. हाँ, अभी एशियन प्लम्बर आएगा तो थोड़ा थोड़ा सब ले जाएगा. So now, all right, pay attention. So consumer will never want to be at the deficit. Keep in mind, consumer deficit is never a situation given by any economist. Consumer will not want to be at a deficit. Right. Then comes the concept of ordinal. Under ordinal, you cannot measure, you can only rank or compare. So under the ordinal utility analysis, we study about indifference curve. Now remember, even though it is based on ordinal concept, but an application of diminishing marginal utility will be applicable here. How we'll see. Let's say there are combination of goods. I'll use the same table that they keep asking question from. They use ICI बहुत साल से यही use कर रहा है. I'll take good X, good Y here, good X here, and marginal rate of substitution between Y and X. What is it? I'll explain. Now, let's say in combination A, what does indifference curve shows? Indifference curve shows the same satisfaction that you derive by consuming different combination of two goods. So it says that why two goods only? In our life there will be more than two goods, yes, but in a two-dimensional diagram, that is the limitation. You cannot take multiple goods. So if I want to portray my total satisfaction from consumption of various combination of various commodities, then I'll have an indifference map which will consist of various indifference curve. It will show total satisfaction. Now I was consuming 12 units of Y and 1 unit of X. What is MRS will come to it. My question, simple question to you is why I am consuming or that anybody is consuming 12 units of Y and 1 unit of X? Because Y must be holding more satisfaction. But again, one thing is reality. Initially, mu of Y was here compared to mu of X. So I prefer to consume more of Y and less of X. But if I continue to consume more of Y and less of X consistently, don't you think mu of Y will continue to fall down? And it may go below the mu of X. So it means there is a change in or shift in my satisfaction. So what I'll do now, I will want to replace, I'm fed up from the consumption of Y. It's not that the importance of X has increased, but the thing is importance of Y which was higher has fallen down below the importance of X. So now I want to replace X with Y. So I give up 6 units here to increase the consumption by 1 unit. Why 1? I'll see. I can increase by more than 1 as well. Understand first. So 6 units of Y I gave up. And I'll move along the point on an indifference curve. Now understand what happens here. Law of diminishing marginal utility goes both ways. Meaning what? Initially, the mu of the commodity is very high. As you go on consumption, this is mu, this is consumption. As you go on consuming more and more, its mu will fall down more and more. Consumption increases, mu decreases. Consumption increases, mu decreases. Now, what happens? Consumption is on a very high point and mu has fallen down flat. What will I do now? When you are fed up consuming same thing over and over again and again, you'll start giving up. But when you give up, don't you think slowly the importance of the good will again begin to rise? So it means if you are consuming more, mu will fall. And if you are giving up consumption, its mu will begin to rise. So initially, I consume this much of Y and mu of Y has sunk down. Now I give up 6 units of Y, so mu of Y will increase. Alright. And I'm increasing the consumption of X, so mu of X will decrease. But still I'm consuming more of Y, so I want to replace again. Now when I've already given up 6 units, don't you think mu of Y is not as low as before? So mu of Y will increase. So will I want to give up more now or less now? I want to give up less now. Why? Because when the importance of Y was very high, you consume this much and mu went falling down. Now when you have already given the consumption, this is your consumption, my right hand is the consumption here. If the consumption is falling down, its importance will increase, and when something's importance is increasing, will you want to give up more? No, you want to give up less of it. So now you give up 2 units to increase the consumption of X by 1 unit. Further, when you give up 2 units, mu of Y will further increase and mu of X will decrease. Then you will come down here. Now you want to give up only 1 unit. And here you increase it by 1. Now what has happened? Mu of Y was down, has come down below mu of X. You started to give up X. Started to give up Y. Mu of Y increase. Increased consumption of X. Mu of X decrease. Again give up Y. Mu of Y increase. Again consume increased consumption of X. Mu of X will decrease. At some point in time, mu will gain more importance because you have given up too much of it, and X will lose its importance. Now mu of Y will be on a higher threshold, mu of X will be on a lower threshold. So now what you'll do, now you are fed up from the consumption of X, you want to give up X now. So you decrease the consumption of X and again increase the consumption of Y. You will continue to do this all the time. Continue to do this all the time. Right. So what is the marginal rate of substitution? Marginal rate of substitution, marginal means change of 1. It tells us how many units of one commodity do I need to give up in order to increase the consumption of other commodity by 1 unit. So how many am I giving up to increase it by 1? 6. Marginal rate of substitution is 6. How many am I giving up to increase the consumption of X by 1? 2. How many am giving up? 1. So marginal rate of substitution diminishes. Now the reason for the diminishing marginal rate of substitution is because when you are consuming more of Y, you are more fed up, so you give up more. After you have given up more, then you don't want to give up more because its importance is increased. Then you want to give up less and then lesser. So mu will decrease all the time. Now the question comes, sir, you have taken 1111. Can I take here, let's say, can I increase it from 1 to 3 here? Yes, you can do that. Now, marginal rate of substitution will change in this case. I am increasing 2 by giving up 6. Now, if I tell you simple unitary method, ये y है, ये x है. I give up 6 units of y to increase the consumption of x by 2 units. So, you tell me, to increase the consumption of X by 1 unit, how many units of Y do I need to give up? 3. The marginal rate of substitution will be 3 here. Understood? Same way, if suppose I change it to 4, let's say, increase by 3. Now what has happened? To increase the consumption of X by from 1 to 4, that is 3 units, you gave up how many units? 6 units. To increase the consumption of X for by 1 unit, how much you need to give up? 2 units. So marginal rate of substitution will be 2. Alright. To keep it simple, I have taken here 1, 2, 3 and 4. So here you will have 6, here you will have 2, here you will have 1. So now if I plot this into a diagram, along the y-axis will take good y, along the x-axis will take good x, and if I plot it, initially 12y and you are consuming 1 unit of x. Then you give up 6 units of y to increase consumption of x from 1 to 2. Then you give up 2 units of y to increase the consumption of x from 2 to 3. And then you give up only 1 unit of y to increase the consumption of x by 1. So that is, so if I have to jot these points here, pay attention, you'll find that this is your indifference curve. Now, two things you have to know. First, it is downward sloping. And what is the reason for downward sloping? Because there is a negative relation between the good consumption of goods along the y-axis and consumption of good along the x-axis. So, negative or downward. It slopes downward from left to right, or we say negative slope hai. And it is not a downward sloping straight line, rather it is a convex, convex to origin, or they can ask you convex shape curve. Why convex shape curve? The reason is due to diminishing marginal rate of substitution. Initially, you are giving up 6, then you are giving up lesser, and then you are giving up lesser as you go on increasing by the same margin. So that's why you have a convex shape curve. Now they can ask you the properties of indifference curve. First of all, remember this is your point A, B, C, and point D. All of them will give you same level of satisfaction. So every point on the same indifference curve will give you same level of satisfaction. Then the question comes, sir, how is it possible? Here at point A, I'm consuming 12 units of Y and 1 unit of X. It means total 13 units. Here at point B, I'm consuming 6 and 2. That is 8 units. How the number of units is lower between A and B? How can A gives me same satisfaction as B? A point should give me more satisfaction. The answer is no. You are making a mistake. Why? Because you are trying to understand the ordinal concept by applying the cardinal logic. It is not the number of units, but it is the correct combination that you have to look for. For example, is it necessary that if you are consuming more, you will get more satisfaction? Let's say you have one small pizza and one small cold drink. I'll give you one fourth of a pizza and 20 cold drinks. You're getting more because आपको सिर्फ वन फोर्थ पिज्जा दिया 75 पिज्जा डिक्रीज करके मैं 1000% कोल्ड ड्रिंक बढ़ाया. You are getting more, but are you will you be more satisfied? No, combination is not right. Correct. But if I give you more in the proportion that you want, I'll give you two pizzas and two cold drinks, then you will be more satisfied. So merely saying that increasing the consumption of good in any proportion will give you more satisfaction, it is wrong. It has to increase in the proportion that the consumer desire. So every point on the same indifference curve will give you same level of satisfaction. It is downward sloping. We have seen why. Convex to the origin due to diminishing marginal rate of substitution. Now a higher indifference curve will contain more number of goods in the preferred preference of consumer. So it will give you more satisfaction, and lower indifference curve will give you lower satisfaction. We say two indifference curves should never intersect one another. This is your point A, this is your point B, and this is your point C. This is your IC1 and this is your IC2. Now I can say that A and B gives me same satisfaction. Why? If I erase this, don't you think A and B lie on the same plane? Correct. I can also say A gives me same satisfaction as C. Why? Because now if I erase this, don't you think A and C lie on the same slope? Correct. So mathematically, you tell me if A is equals to B and A is equals to C, can I say B is equals to C? Yes, I should say. But is it happening over here? Do you think B and C lying on the same slope? The answer is no. So two indifference curves should never intersect or cut one another because they should give different level of satisfaction. When they intersect, then what will happen? They start giving same satisfaction. Next 10 is that an indifference curve should never touch either y-axis or x-axis. Why? Because when it touches y-axis, consumption of x becomes 0. And when it touches x-axis, consumption of y becomes 0. It means you are consuming only one commodity, and when you are consuming one commodity, can you compare or rank? The answer is no. It is based on ordinal concept. So that's why we will not let it touch either x or y axis. And one more thing they will always ask you as a question is that let's say an income of the person is increasing. Will he move from point A to point B, A to B move karega? Or will he move from point B to point A? Or will he move from a lower indifference curve from point A to C or B to C? Hmm? What will be your option? Should I move from a lower indifference curve to higher indifference curve, or move along the same indifference curve when your income is increasing? Lower to higher. Why? Because when your income increases, you can increase the consumption of one commodity without need to give up another. So you can increase your satisfaction. So you move from a lower to a higher indifference curve. And your income decreases, you move from a higher to a lower indifference curve. Alright. Then comes the concept of what is known as the budget line. Very important. Budget line is also known as price line or income constraint line. Everybody lives by a budget. For everything there is a budget. ऑलराइट, बच्चा पैदा होता है उसके लिए भी पेरेंट बजट बना के रखा, ऑलराइट, सबके लिए बजट है. पुअर पीपल मेक बजट, rich people make budget, middle income earning people will make budget, ultra high net individual will budget. Well, say, sir, very rich people, why they have to make a budget? No, their budget is different. You are budgeting, okay, should I go to international destination for vacation and don't buy a car? Or should I go for a domestic vacation and buy a car? They are thinking about, should I buy a helicopter and then a yacht? Or should I buy an island and a helicopter? So everybody will have a different budget. A poor person is thinking, should I spend my money to buy more dosas or more vadas? Everybody is making constantly the budget. And you see, you'll hear it every day. The best part of economics is part of our life. Your parents have made a vacation, let's say, plan. Before they leave, in fact, 1 month maybe prior, they will make a budget for everything. This is train or plane expenses, ये hotel expenses per night का पूरा family जा रहा है, चलो 2 rooms I'll require. This is for food every day. This is for this and that. Shopping के लिए भी budget, correct? Or do you think just like pack it and let's go? जो होगा देखेंगे. वापस नहीं आ पाएगा. होटल वाला रख लेगा. And moreover, if you overshoot expenditure in one thing, you have to compensate other. गोवा में जाके स्पोर्ट्स ज्यादा कर लिया, पैराग्लाइडिंग दिस एंड दैट. Your parents have budgeted 20,000, you people have spent 50,000. Then don't you think your parents will say no more shopping? वहां का पैसा यहाँ लग गया, correct? So everybody has a budget. Now budget line, we call it income constraint line. Why income constraint? Because we have to make the budget because we have limited income. If you have unlimited income, then you don't have to make a budget. Just hold on. I'll restart it. All right. So on the y-axis, we'll take good y. Mic off हो गया ना? All right. Now, good y and good x, if I take it. Now remember, the budget line will be a downward sloping straight line. Downward sloping straight line joining both the x and the y axis. It will tell you how much of money you're spending either on one commodity or a combination of two commodity. So let's take various point A, B, C, D and E. These need not be equidistant. They can be 100 points in between. All right. Now remember, if suppose you have budgeted to spend 5,000 rupees on any commodity, either one or mix of both. So it means whether you are at point A, you are spending 5,000 rupees, whether you are on point B, you are spending 5,000 rupees, or on point C, you're spending 5,000, everywhere you're spending the same amount of money, rupees 5,000 everywhere. Clear? So it means any point on the same budget line or price line will always show same amount of total expenditure. But yes, the proportion of expenditure will be differently distributed between X and Y. At point A, I'm spending all my money on good Y, zero on good X. On point E, I'm spending all my money that I budgeted on good X and nothing on good Y. But let's say if from point A, when I'm spending all 5,000 on Y and zero on X, I want to come down to B. It means I want to increase the consumption of X plus kar diya main X ko. Can I do that in a way wherein I am not cutting down the consumption of Y but increasing the consumption of X? इसमें क्या हो जाएगा? मेरा लाइन तो यहाँ चला जाएगा, आउटसाइड हो गया. पॉसिबल नहीं है. So it means what I'll have to do, I'll have to decrease the consumption of Y. यहाँ Y को मैं माइनस करेगा and then I'll save some amount of money. With this money, I'll be able to buy more of X. If I'm consuming at this point, I'm spending more on X and less on Y. If I want to go from here to here and increase the consumption of Y from this point to this point, can I do that by consuming at this point of X? No, I have to decrease the consumption of X from this point to this point. What I want to say here is that you have a choice to spend your commodity, either spend your money either more on X or more on Y. But the only way you can spend more on X is by decreasing your expenditure on Y and vice versa. You cannot increase both. Moreover, any point outside the budget line will show overspending, and any point inside the budget line will show underspending. Both is not, we assume that both should not be there. Well, sir, overspending I can understand not possible because I have made the budget of 5,000. Why can't underspending be possible? I have planned to spend 5,000, I'll spend 3,000. Is this a possibility? Correct. But the question is why? If who decided this budget line for you? Nirmala Sitaram? No. Your neighbor? Yes. No. My budget line I'll decide, your budget line you will decide. If you have decided to spend 5,000 rupees, then why the hell you spend more than 5,000? And if you have decided to spend 5,000, then why the hell you'll spend less than 5,000? If you are planning to spend 3,000, then you will make this a budget line, no? Correct. So you have made a budget of 5,000. If you wanted to spend more, you will make a budget line here 10,000 ka bana lo. If you wanted to spend less, you can make it for 5,000. Nobody will say, नहीं नहीं मैं budget तो हमेशा 5 का बनाता है but खर्च करेगा 15 का. Alright, he is among that 1% crazy people. So now remember, the difference between indifference curve and the budget line is that on the indifference curve, also the combination of goods was changing as we are moving along. Down we are moving increase in X and decrease in Y. Up we move increase in Y, decrease in X. Alright, but we did not calculate what is the total satisfaction because it is based on ordinal concept. But budget line, every point, can I calculate the total amount of expenditure incurred? Yes. So it is based on cardinal concept. Alright, clear hai? We say that, so properties agar पूछेगा, every point on the same budget line, price line, same amount of total expenditure, outside point will show you overspending, inside point will show you underspending. Clear? And why budget line is possible? Because everybody has limited income. Another thing is that the budget line depends on three factors. Right? Price of X, price of Y, and income of consumer. If suppose price of X increases, then don't you think I have to reshuffle my budget? If price of Y decreases, then I can save money and buy more of X without sacrificing Y. Correct? Or if I get a promotion, don't you think again my budget will increase? You have become a CA, you are earning 1 lakh rupees in your starting salary. It means your annual income 12 lakh rupees. Once in a year you went for vacation, you kept a budget of 2 lakh rupees to be spent on vacation. After 2-3 years, you are earning 5 lakh rupees per month. अभी भी 2 लाख रुपए का बजट लेके जाएगा घूमने? Then why you are working? Right. So it means when your income increases, budget increases. Price का example ले लो. Around 7-8 years back, people used to make a budget for mobile phone 1,000 rupees of upwards. Average में इतना चला जाता था. Alright, 1 GB of data used to cost around 250 rupees. 250 रुपए का आता था. Do you think average expenditure on mobile phone is 1,000 rupees? Now, it has come down significantly. Do you think any household will now make a budget where mobile phone expenses is 10,000 rupees? क्या करेगा तू? Alright. It's not, because it has become relatively cheaper. Another example, household made a budget, let's say 4 years back. The price of various things were less. Inflation was lesser. Today, so you allocated, let's say, for various expenditure 50,000 rupees for grocery and everything. Now inflation has happened. Price of many things have increased. Do you think same budget line you will make this today? The answer is no. So it means when the price changes, your budget will also change. Clear hai? Now, consumer equilibrium from a different perspective. Tell me, if I ask you that if I remain on the same budget line, let's say point A में है या B में है या C में है या D में है, right? Do you think I will get the same satisfaction also? Of course, I'm spending same amount of money, but will I get the same satisfaction also? The answer is no. Right? It means there could be a possibility that you are spending the same amount of money, but you are less satisfied or more satisfied or optimally satisfied. When you are optimally satisfied, it means you are at equilibrium. Because why? Equilibrium, you are getting the optimum satisfaction for the amount of money that you're spending. All right. So let's understand this from this particular diagram. We'll take good Y and we'll take good X. This is your budget line. All right. Now, these are the various indifference curve. IC1, IC2, IC3, IC4 and IC5. And there are different points on the budget line. Let's say point A, B, C, D, E, F and G. And there is a point H as well. All right. Yeah. Don't miss tomorrow's class because we'll be covering full production and cost. All right. And fourth chapter as well. Now, tell me one thing. Can I say point A, B, C, D, E, F, G, not the H, excluding H? All these points lie on the same budget line. So it means point A, B, C, D, E, F, G, they will involve same amount of total expenditure. So total expenditure same on A, B, C, D, E, F and G. But can I say I'm getting same satisfaction all this point? The answer is no. Why? Because first of all, you can be at one point at a time. If you are at point A, then you cannot be on any other point. And if you are on point G, then again you cannot be at any other point. But tell me, if I jump from point A to B or from G to F, is my expenditure increasing? No. But is my satisfaction increasing? Yes, because I'm jumping from a lower to a higher indifference curve. It means what it says that if you just change the combination of goods, you can be more satisfied. I'll give you an example, you will understand how. Well, said combination change करने से satisfaction कैसे ज़्यादा आ जाएगा? आएगा. So now when you have reached point F, because remember, if for a businessman the ultimate objective is profit maximization, then for a common man consumer, the ultimate objective is to get the maximum out of the expenditure that you are incurring. Value for money चाहिए customer को. Value for money नहीं मिलेगा तो नहीं. Value for money, how will it come? When you are able to satisfy yourself in the best possible manner, highest possible satisfaction, remaining on the budget line. So when you jump from point G to F or A to B, you increase your satisfaction, but the amount of money spent is same. Then you realize that if I jump from F to E or any point from B to C, then I'll get more satisfaction. You'll say, sir, मैं यहाँ पर क्यों नहीं आएगा? Well, why? Same satisfaction, less amount of money, why you have to spend? All right. So again, same satisfaction is good, but the thing is, you want to maximize your purpose is you have already made the budget. Now your purpose is to maximize your satisfaction, not again redetermine your budget. So again, when you move from E to D or C to D, what is happening? Here the price line is tangent to the indifference curve. You achieve equilibrium at point D, or at equilibrium, highest possible satisfaction you are. Now remember why I'm using the word highest possible, because highest satisfaction will H will give or any other point on IC5. But the thing is it achievable? No, it is beyond my budget. So what a consumer will do, consumer will look at its expenditure. I'm spending 10,000 rupees on any commodity. Am I getting the maximum satisfaction? If not, I will rearrange. By rearranging, I may be able to push myself from a lower to a higher indifference curve. And I will keep rearranging till I think that I'm getting the optimal satisfaction. Consumer always wants value for money. Then the question comes, sir, how is it possible? Let's say that by arranging you are getting more satisfaction. So sometimes I have to make an example so that you can understand better. कहाँ गया? Remember, students, I have given you the concept of phone वाला example. कहाँ गया रे diagram? Where did the diagram go? ऊपर कैसे ड्रॉ कर लिया मैं? What has happened रे? हाँ, ये आ गया, गायब हो गया था. So how it will happen? Understand now. Let's say your mom gives you 500 rupees that you can spend on mobile phone. Alright, 500 रुपए mom दिया. It means your budget to spend on a mobile phone is only 500 rupees in a month. Now you allocated the money, this 500 rupees, between talk time and data. You took 3000 minutes of talk time and let's say 20 GB of data. That package you have taken. You found out on the 15th of the month your data is over. Only talk time is left. Is the allocation proper? The answer is no. But you have for the remaining 15 days, you have only talk time, no data. You cannot do. You are searching for free Wi-Fi just like lion searching for a prey. Now next month again your mom gives you 500. This time you do what? You decrease your talk time from 2000, 3000 to 2000 and increase your data from 20 to 30 GB. Now you found out till 22nd of the month or 23rd of the month you have both data and talk time, again data over. अब बहुत Netflix देखता, but talk time is left. But tell me now, don't you think you have jumped from a lower to a higher indifference curve? How? Till 15th you have data and talk time. Now till 22nd you have data and talk time both. But still optimum utilization नहीं हुआ. Next month what you'll do? Again 500 rupees your mom give you. Now you say that I will decrease this to only 500 minutes and increase the data to 50 GB, let's say. Now what happened? On 27th of the month, your talk time is over. Data is left. Abhi ulta ho gaya. But again, you have jumped from a lower to a higher. It means up till 27, you have both data and talk time. So next month, when your mom gives you 500 rupees, your mom tells you 500 se nahi milega jata. You increase the talk time back to 1000 and decrease the data to 40 GB. Now when you do this, you found out till 30th of the month, you have both data and talk time. Alright, or on 31st of the month, it is exhausted. Now tell me, are you spending anything extra? No. But have you been able to jump from a lower to a higher indifference curve just by rearranging the combination of goods? Yes. So it means by rearranging the combination of goods, you can be able to satisfy yourself more. And when you are running a household, you'll go and ask your parent. They have spent some money on grocery and they will very soon find out that I have overspent on something that I'm wasting. So what they will do? They will decrease the consumption of that particular item and save the money and increase the consumption of something else. and the budget remains same, but the combination of goods changes, and they are able to get a higher satisfaction, relatively higher satisfaction than before. So a consumer is said to be at equilibrium when he is deriving the maximum possible satisfaction by spending the same amount of money, meaning remaining on the same budget line. And we say that on the budget line, there is a situation wherein slope of price line or budget line is equal to slope of the indifference curve. Alright. Now understand one more thing here. Don't you think if the price of the commodity will change, then your consumer surplus is going to change? And when your consumer surplus is changing, then that will motivate you to either buy more of that commodity or less of that commodity. So, if suppose at this point you are spending more on Y and less on X, isn't it? So, you'll get more fed up with Y because you are consuming more. So, you'll get more fed up with Y. So, don't you think mu of Y will start to sink and go below the mu of X? Here, you are consuming, spending more on X and less on Y. So, what will happen? Mu of X will go down and it will go below the mu of Y. So, as you move from here to here, you are giving up Y and increasing consumption of X. So, mu of that what you are giving up, it will increase. Mu of that you are increasing consumption, it will decrease. And somewhere you will come to a point. It could be here. It's not necessarily midpoint. It can be here. It can be here or anywhere. You will come to a point wherein you find out that mu of X will be equal to mu of Y, just like demand and supply. All right. So what is happening? You are consuming more of Y, mu of Y यहाँ चला गया. Less of X, below mu of X. You give up Y, mu of Y increase. You increase consumption of X, mu of X will decrease. फिर Y ज़्यादा give up किया, mu of importance of Y increases. Again you consume more of X, mu of X will decrease. At some point they will be equalized. That's where you say that you have achieved equilibrium. And now we all know that mu of X depends on the price of X and mu of Y depends on the price of Y. So at the point of equilibrium, you will find this situation. At all other points, either you have this situation or you have this situation. Now, what kind of question they will ask you? Simple question. They'll ask you the formula, or they will ask you which is the correct equation. They can also do in this way. Can I write the same equation like this? Mu of X by mu of Y equals to Px by Py. Cross multiply किया जो वही हुआ. Alright. Or so what they will can say, let's say they'll say mu of X is 20 utils. Price of X is, let's say, rupees 50. Price of Y is equals to rupees 40. Find out mu of Y. Can you not find out? Because what is the formula? Mu of X, that is 20, by price of X, that is 50, equals to mu of Y, we don't know. Alright. Divided by price of Y, that is 40. So it means the value of X will be 20 into 40 divided by 50. So mu of Y will be how much? कितना हो जाएगा? 800 by 50 कर दे. So mu of Y, यहाँ पे mu of Y लिखो, X से confusion हो जाएगा आपको. कितना हो जाएगा mu of Y? 40 into 20, that is 800 divided by 50. 60 हो गया mu of Y. 16 mu of Y. Easy. This kind of question they are going to ask you. Clear hai? Any question up till this point? No. So I'll not start with the production here. Be refreshed. Tomorrow is going to be a hectic class. We'll finish off up till chapter 5. We will finish on, and then we'll start with national income as well. Keynesian model, national income, all the theories and everything. So the class will move very rapidly because a lot of concepts are there. सो अच्छे से सो के एकदम फ्रेश आने का मॉर्निंग में. ऑलराइट, क्लियर? Because from chapter 7 onwards, 6 onwards, it's all new syllabus, part of the new syllabus. So you have to be very much present in the classroom. All right, matlab mentally focused, so not only physically present. All right, tomorrow the class will start 10:30 morning. 10:30 to 12:30, 12:30 to 1 will be break. Then 1 to 3, 3 to 3:30 will be break, and then 3:30 to 5:30 for the next 2 days. All right, bye bye. See you tomorrow. Bye everyone. Now, who was asking? About yeah, about stock market. Who are asking? Yes, in the stock market, everything is taught: price action, uh, long-term investing, how to determine quality stock, futures and options, may hedging, and all the process with live trading in the class is also done. All right. So it's a 15-day course, 3 hours every day. Okay. Bye. And of course, what you learn on the YouTube, that is not taught here. All right. Yes, it is enough to study from the revision notes. Right. Bye bye. Good night, everyone.